channel for you the opportunity. Hello, hello, hello. Well, I can hear me. Can you? That's the question of the night. Can you hear me? Lovely, jubbly, superb. Yeah, I've been fiddling about for the last hour or so, trying to work out how to put the audio from the computer through StreamYard um, using OBS. It's a fucking nightmare. Um, so what I'm going to do until I work out how to do that, I'm going to take it in turns. So this week, obviously, we've done the StreamYard live the other night. We're going to do my microphone's all the way over there. We're going to do a live like we normally do tonight. And then the next live will be a StreamYard live and vice versa until I can work out how to run it through OBS and pick up the audio from the Skype. So that is that is the question. I've decided to put this up here as well, just to give some recognition to people. Now that's going to go on the entire stream. That just give you some recognition to people that who support the channel. So thank you lot, everybody, for doing that. It's genuinely appreciated. Only a dickhead would carry on smoking after he has had a stroke. Only a dickhead would call someone a dickhead when they're running a live stream and not think that they're going to get timed out. See ya. Oh dear. Anyway, there we go. I'm in one of them moods tonight. I'm in one of them moods. It's not often I get in one of them moods, but you know, that's how it's going to be. Sonic and Sheeps, listen, man. Honest to God, I don't care. You can say what you want, but I will take the piss as well. So anybody takes piss out of me tonight, I'm going to take the piss right back, and they're going to go on fucking timeout. They're going to go sit on the naughty step. So, yeah. So, be warned, everybody. Be warned. And honest to God, I do not delete any comments. The only time comments get deleted on a live stream is if somebody is removed from the live stream or whatever it might be. So yeah, I never remove comments. If you go through some of my comments, you'll see people slagging me off, saying some pretty horrific things. I leave them there. I never, me personally, never delete comments. So you'll find it's probably the YouTube employees. So how is everybody? Oh, 75 viewers. That's pretty good considering we've only been on for 8 minutes. So how is everybody? Let me know how you are. You feel like shit, Tiff? Why's that? What's up? Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel. Do you mean that you've got it, or do you mean this the situation has made you feel like shit? Do you know what, bearded veteran? That was fucking awesome. That was funny. Honest to God, it was funny. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tiff. Now, um, I remember when I had to phone the NHS 111 year before last when this all started in the first year, and even on the recorded call, like not recorded call, on the recording before I actually got through to someone, which was about 7 minutes long, it was it said if you've got it, then to take over-the-counter flu remedies for it. That's what it said, and only to go into hospital if if it becomes a problem with breathing, for example. So yeah, so treat it, and again, I'm not trying to give any medical advice. I'm just passing on the advice that I was told by the NHS. So YouTube, fuck you. Yeah, so they suggested that you take over-the-counter flu remedies. So, I mean, I don't know if you've been trying that or not, but give it a go. Hopefully it will help you to feel better. Michael Logan, how you doing, mate? Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to have you here. Have a piglet in bed watching the show. I thought you meant a copper for a minute when I first saw it, but yeah, I know what you mean now. Civil disobedience. I actually spoke to him earlier. Again, he. All I know about the situation is that he's facing a legal issue at the moment. I don't entirely know what for. I'm not gonna guess, but he's facing a legal issue. He's taken his videos down for the time being while he's dealing with that. But if you know anything about civil disobedience, you'll know that he is not one to be kept down for long. So he will be back as soon as he possibly can. Connor, peer review. Brilliant, brilliant, love it. Listen, I want to apologise as well. By the way, I've spoken to one woman vigilante. I spoke to her early hours this morning. She was on a live stream on her channel and it popped up on my feed. So I went on and I had a brief chat with her. I want to apologise to anybody who may have got upset about the StreamYard panel that we had. Not with the panel, but with what was talked about in respect of when I called out Crinkle for what I was told he had done. Um, I I don't want to go too much into it. I don't want this to be a stream about that. Okay, I just want to apologise to anybody that may have been offended or upset by me calling him out, or um, or if I said something whilst I was talking to him that may have brought some negative feelings. Okay. Um, Yeah, look, Nod Buggy. The reason I'm saying it is because I know somebody. I'm not going to say any names. I know somebody who it did upset. Not because of what I said per se, but because of things that it brought up for them. Okay, so that's why I'm apologising, and it's somebody that I like and I respect. So I just want to make sure that anybody else out there that may have been a bit bit upset after the stream. I want to make sure that everyone's cool. You are a strain on the NHS, Dan. I'm not because I looked after myself. The worst of it is you smoke illegal faffs. What's a faff? Which is killing you faster. Sonic and Shapes, thank you for your input there. However, I'm not a strain on the NHS. I barely use the NHS. I had a stroke, which was due to a blood clot. They never said it was anything to do with smoking, so that's the first thing. Just clear that up. Never said it was anything to do with smoking, but it was a blood clot, and I was in hospital at the time for something else. Okay, which could have been the cause for it. Okay, but no, I'm not a strain on the NHS. You're a strain on my fucking patients. Um, and good for you looking after yourself. I'm glad you have. I'm glad you have. But if you ever get knocked over by a car, or suddenly have a medical issue out of the blue, like I did, okay, and you go to the hospital, are you then a strain on the NHS as well? I'd say you are. If you know, from what you're saying, I've been to the hospital 3 times for physio, which is not a strain on anybody because the physio hall is completely empty every time I go. And I was in hospital for 5 days for a stroke, and that's the only time I've been in hospital really in God knows how many years. So yeah, let me think. Oh, actually, I've got something here for you in my pocket. Thank you, spirituality, much appreciated. How you doing, Keith? Thank you, bus driving ninja. Thanks, Lisa. I'm in one of them moods tonight. I've no idea why. I'm just in one of those moods, and I'm happy to call anybody out in the comments tonight. And if it pisses me off that much, then they're going to go sit on the naughty step for however long they get sent to the naughty step for. And if they come back doing it again, then it's goodbye. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to give too much of a shit tonight about that. So, how you doing, Amanda? Hello, Andrew. Thank you. Evening, filthy Phil. Hiya, Kev. Oh, you don't want me to show my power on a live stream? I'll get my channel shut down. I'll save that for OnlyFans. Oh, excuse me. Right. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Right, we're going to talk for a little while. Hello, Princess Angela. We're going to talk for a little while now. Okay, while I'm finishing this coffee, and then what we're going to do, I'm going to go make a coffee just to give Lost Souls Paranormal a couple of minutes of quivering through the voice. That's what I'm going to have to call him, through the voice. And then when I come back, we're going to open the phone lines. So we're not going to have, loads of me talking. Well, you'll have loads of me talking, but we're going to have people on the phones and getting involved. Tonight, however, because I'm in the mood that I'm in, well, we will keep it to 10 minutes. Okay. Unless it's somebody phoning in with a mental health issue. If it's somebody calling in with a mental health issue and they need to talk, that person gets as much of my time as they need. Okay, and I apologise in advance whether you like it or not. I'm afraid that's how it's going to be. But if somebody wants to phone in and talk about anything else, then we're going to have a 10-minute limit. I've got my phone in front of me, and that's what we're gonna do tonight because I want to try and get as many people on as possible. Oh, 118 viewers. Hello, 118 viewers and 48 likes. What's going on there? Come on, guys, hit the like button on the way in. Do us a favour. Come on. Here we go. It's going up a bit. So otherwise, I'm going to think that half of you don't like me. Evening, Dave. Half of us are cops. It wouldn't surprise me. Sitting in their squad cars, they just had a call into a burglary and they're like, "Yep, control, we'll be there shortly." Just watching PAP on YouTube. Oh, actually, tell them that we'll come round tomorrow. Fuck it. Yeah, well, you don't like anybody Lost Souls Paranormal, and that's fine because you're just a bitch. Hiya, Spence. Fuck it, I'm waiting for the police to come knocking whilst I'm on a live stream one night, to be honest. Hey, Roger. It might hurt my feelings you saying things like that. Oh, bearded veteran, I know. And I'm going to give her I'm going to give her a bit of a quiver whilst I go and make another coffee in a minute. Um, Hello, Paul Howard. How you doing? Not your first choice. Do you know what, Angela? I think some of them do, especially some of the newer films are designed, I think, to influence people. You know how all the, especially, it's almost like production companies were sitting on terrible, terrible films that they'd made about viruses, like really terrible films, and thought to themselves, fucking hell, we're not putting that out, stick it in the store cupboard. And then when this whole thing happened 2 years ago, all these production companies were like, oh, fuck me, we got that shit film down in stores, let's go get it and put it out. And so, and all of that kind of stuff. And it's done my nutting. It's done my absolute fucking nutting. But I tend to watch stuff that I've seen in the past that I know that I like, for whatever reason, like Matrix and stuff like that. I tend to go back and watch that. I do watch new films occasionally, not very often, but generally my TV is literally off the whole time. Rather watch the football. I don't even watch the football. It's too political. I fucking hate politics, and that is way too political. Um, I've got her on my Facebook, Josie. I can't remember the last time we spoke though. I thought Alex Belfield's station had been given the chop for the time being. I saw a video earlier from Black Belt Barrister saying that his channel's been attacked again. Does anybody know whether he's back up yet or not? Right. Okay. Okie dokie. 2 weeks, 90 days seems to be a differing of opinion, but I think we can all agree that that he has been taken down. It's to do with Vorderman. What, Carol Vorderman? Do you know what? I'll tell you something, right? I do have a thing for older women, and that Carol Vorderman, right? I don't know whether it's her brain or what, or whether she just looks all right. Do you know what I mean? But I would, let's put it this way: she wouldn't be walking right the day after, on the 15th of February. She's plastic. Well, I'll just keep her away from anything hot. Don't go near the radiator; you'll melt. Maybe. I've just got a thing for for older women. Not like relationship wise, just a thing for them. Like a weekend thing, maybe. It's a 2 week ban under the 90-day rule. Right, okay. I think I understood. He got a 2 week ban because he was given a doll of her as a vodka bottle cover. What the what the fuck, really? That's a bit crazy. Um, Princess Angela, no, I'm not sapiosexual. I'm trisexual, as in I'll try anything once sexually. No, listen, if I base my relationship parameters on women's intelligence, I'd be single for the rest of my fucking life. I'm only joking, ladies, 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 ladies. Put your shoes back on. I was joking. Move my microphone down a little bit. There we go. Now I can reach my coffee without hitting the microphone. TV's torture. It's for me. It's not the adverts. I mean, adverts can be wank, obviously, but for me, it's not that. It's the constant mind mind washing, brainwashing that they try and do, trying to persuade us that the world is in a certain way when it ain't. For example, many of the Bastian Radio in the room. Hey, Bastian. For example, many of the shows that the what do you call it, the reality shows, police reality shows, much of that, and I've said this for years. This it shows situations where the police have to use force, and for me that is conditioning people's minds so that when they're out and about and they see the police using force on somebody, they just ignore it. They just think it's normal, and it's not. Okay, so hello, Noli, you sexy beast. I know, Holly. I should get my little signboard back over here somewhere. My little whiteboard. Hiya, Mark. Well, I was going to say sexy bitch, but for some reason, I don't know, not quite sure why, but for some reason, it didn't come out that way. But there we go. Josie, Holly, let's not turn this into Tinder. Can you sit on my t-shirt? It's made for sitting on, I think. I'm glad you didn't say my face, however. Oh, internet wives now, is it? Lost souls. Glad to hear that, Shane. Not that I've got anything against gay people. Okay, I do have gay friends. I love saying things like that. I do, by the way. I love saying things like that because it's one of them things that even people that are being racist and homophobic and sexist go, but how can I be? I've got friends that are that particular characteristic. Fuck off. Doesn't mean you're not, does it? But however, I'm all good. Alf and Sue, how you doing? Right, right. What I'm going to do, I'll finish my coffee now, just to prove it. I'll finish my coffee. I'm going to go put you on hold while I go, or take a comfort break, as they call it, while I go make another coffee. Okay, and then when I come back, I'll be opening the phone lines. But once again, I'm going to say to you, just to be clear, if you phone up to talk about anything other than you've got mental health issues and you want to talk about that, for example, if you're feeling down and you just want to talk, if you watch the channel regularly, you know that I'm here for you. I'll listen to you. I may not be able to help you right now, but I may be able to point you in a direction of somebody that can help you. But these live streams are not just about talking about, you know, anything. As it says on the screen, when it's time, share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, or call me names. Okay, so anything you want to talk about is fair game. I do have to be cautious, obviously, of the channel getting striked. I'm already on one strike at the moment. I don't really want to get another one, so I do need to be cautious with that. But anything that's nothing to do with your mental health, there is a 10-minute limit. Okay, anything else, then my time is yours. Okay, and we will talk for as long as I can with you, and try and help you if need be. But other than that, I'm going to go make a quick brew, and then I shall be back and opening the phone lines. So I shall see you in just a moment.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan PAP as the contact. That's Dan PAP. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream. Did you know, It's illegal for a London black cab to enter the city without a bale of hay in the boot for the horse, a law that still has...
And we're back. So, 01515289590 is the number. Dan PAP, that's Dan PAP, if he's in Skype as well. This all comes through to Skype to me. I don't know whether this is going to work. I have been fiddling about earlier on a different profile to try and get the sound through on StreamYard, but I'm hoping this is going to work now. So I need you to let me know whether you hear the person talking. Right, hello.
Hello, Dan. How you doing, my brother?
Even I can't hear them talking.
You recognise that voice, do you?
There's always a bloody
Dan?
issue, isn't there? Hang on. Hold your horses.
Dan, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you
Hello?
now. You weren't talking back.
You can hear him.
You were trying
I
to
can't hear him. Can you
You
still
were trying
hear
to do
him?
the subtle, I'll get rid of him. I'll get rid of him.
Can you still hear the caller?
How you doing, my brother?
Right, okay.
No.
Let me try taking
There's a delay.
the
There's a
microphone
big
out,
delay,
popping it
Dan.
in differently. Right. Hello, caller. Can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can see you speaking, but I can't bloody hear you, which is really weird. Bear with me. I always have this blood. Yeah, I can see his volume's right up loud. Hang on a second. Advanced audio properties. This shouldn't have changed, however, so let me just double check. Monitor and output, yeah, so I should be hearing it. There's always some bloody problem, isn't there? Why the hell is it not coming through? I'm going through all of my audio devices.
It's happened to you last week, and all, didn't it, or the week
I
before?
can hear you. Oh, hello.
Yeah, no, it's still delayed, mate.
I can hear you now, though.
Can you hear me, yeah?
I can hear you. You're quite low, though.
Right, okay, yeah. You're on full pelt on.
No, right. Let me just double check. Right, can the listeners and watchers, can you hear both of us? And can you hear us okay? His volume is, this end is fine. Yeah, it sounds okay. Brilliant. Okay, you're a little bit quiet for me, but I will be quiet while you talk so I can hear you.
Yeah, very delayed today, Dan, for some reason.
Right, well, remember, if you're watching on the telly or on a computer whilst you're talking to me, there's always going to be that delay.
Yeah, no, so, I'm in my kitchen. I'm not watching the computer.
Right,
okay. The tablet, I should say.
No
look, my good brother, I rang you a couple of weeks ago, Dan.
Yeah.
And the brothers and sisters in the side channel was in a terrible place, mentally and physically. But with your support, with Angela, that I've got a lot of love and respect for, I've managed, with the help of my friends as well, to sort of drag myself out of it a little bit.
Okay.
Just wanted to offer you my thanks and tell you what a wonderful human being you are. I don't think I would have got through it without the support of your channel and the fact that you give me an opportunity to come on and have a talk.
Yeah.
And sort of get the support of the brothers and sisters in the chat as well. Mental health is something that no one should be suffering with in the 21st century, but unfortunately so many of us are.
True.
And we don't seem to get the support from the government-funded organisations. They seem to put up a big flag about mind and this, that, the other.
Yep.
But to be quite truthful with you, Dan, they do little or fucking nothing. And if it wasn't for you, and even Alex Belfield and many other tremendous brothers and sisters that are doing these YouTube channels, I think we'd have, as I said a couple of weeks ago, we'd have a lot more suicides in this country and across the world.
Yeah.
So thank you for your free time that you give up to sort of love and your support for so many of us, Dan, because if you'd said to me I was going to feel like I did today 2 weeks ago, I would have told you you're a liar.
Yeah.
I would have said there's no way that I'm going to feel remotely normal again. Now, that's not to say I'm out of it, Dan. I'm not out of it by a long chalk. I've still got the battles with universal credit.
Of course.
There's
we're never over it fully. You know, we can learn to deal with stuff. We can learn to put stuff aside while we get on with our day. But it does creep back in, at times, and we still have to learn to deal with that for the rest of our lives. Once you've got depression,
of course, it's about management, Dan, isn't it? It's about how you
100%.
manage the situation.
Exactly.
You know what annoys me though, Dan, being an honest man, and as I say, I stand very close to Father Jesus. I'm very religious. I cannot, for the life of me, my good brother, and my brothers and sisters in the side chat there, when you're applauded to speak about your mental health, and we're constantly banging our about speak up, don't suffer in silence. Why is it then that so many forced positions of power, the police, the council, Redbridge in my case, because I've been bullied by those and annoys a guy by the name of Alan Towner that's harassed me for 2 years off the back of the lies from these neighbours. Why is it when you're being as open and candid and as honest as I am, but you're not getting that loving support from the people that are able to do that little bit more for you and get you over the line, Dan? Because I've found that, Dan, and I do mean none. I mean, really, the only one that's helped me is obviously, other than your good self, so my friend, is my doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a gentleman of great integrity. He's got great empathy and a moral compass pointing towards heaven. He's gone out of his way to try and assist me. He's gone out of his way to try and help me with universal credit card, stamped all over his authority and stamped all over his letter. But, you know, if I can't get no assistance when I've got a doctor trying to help me, you start losing hope, Dan.
Yeah. No, of course. Look, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think the reason why there is such little help, or there's not, let me put it a different way. There's lots of places to go for help, but as you say, you don't seem to get the help that you need. And I think that's because they are paid to do it. Now, let's face it, we can't all do work without being paid, okay? Because we couldn't live our lives. We need to be paid in some description, some manner. But the people that choose to do psychology and the rest of it, and counsellors, they get paid to help people. They see, it's like the doctors, they have a certain amount of time per day that they can see somebody. They'll rush through that, so when you're talking to the next person, they've already forgotten about you.
There you go, my good brother, and you've summed it up, Dan, and that is exactly it. As that door swings shut and you're walking out, the next contestant's walking in. Yeah,
exactly. And no matter what happens, they still get paid at the end of the day, whether they've managed to help you or not.
Exactly.
You know, for me...
Exactly. And that, Dan, is what's so wrong, you know, in today's, to coin the police's favourite phrase, in today's climate. We've got a lack of support.
Yeah.
We've got a lack of empathy from the police. I mean, some of the police that have been targeting and bullying me for truth talking and posting on Facebook and whatever else I may or may not do on the YouTube comments, they seem to make a rod for your back just because you have the brass neck to speak the truth about society. I have a right to have my opinion, and I have a right to voice it, Dan, just like you do, just like the side chat do, just like we all do.
Absolutely.
Now, in saying that, I am quick to pull the police up, but... the other day, Dan, they come for this neighbour, this German that's been putting me for a living hell on earth. Now, I don't quite understand why they come round here so mob-handed. They come round with about 10 or 11 of them, which I thought was a little bit sort of blasé and a little bit sort of embarrassing for me in the neighbourhood, even though it wasn't for me. And in their defence, and it was Hainault Police, Hainault Safer Neighbourhood Police, I've met them twice now. They've facilitated this woman moving out that's played the victim card when I'm the victim. But they were really good, Dan. They were really, really good. And they were really professional, very empathetic and understanding to the fact that they've got their free will, and I think they've worked it out. I've been bent over and ridden like Stevie Biscuit. And that's the sort of police we need. If we're going to have police facilitating situations, we need a moral compass pointing towards heaven, and we need a balance where they're going to listen to both sides of the story and not just judge on one side.
Yeah.
And that's what I found happening the other day. That was embarrassing for me. Nearly, after such a horrible Friday, I had problems with Universal Credit, I had problems with this Alan Tanner, this, that, the other. These situations can then manifest you into falling down and running up the road for a bottle of drink.
Yeah.
Do you get me, my good brother? One thing becomes two, becomes three, becomes four, then you snap and you let yourself down.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, I think people, you know, when you're in the situation, when you've got mental health, you don't see things very clearly. Okay.
No.
Which is why we tend to do silly things when we're in that situation, because we're not seeing or thinking clearly. So at the time, we don't see that. Again, this isn't a medical thing, okay? YouTube, I'm not giving any medical advice or misinformation.
Dr. Dan, you're Dr. Dan.
I think that you're going to see somebody to help with your condition. You don't sit there to yourself and say, look, I'm probably not actually going to get much help from this.
Yeah.
And you don't think to yourself afterwards, once they shut that door, they're not interested per se. Yes, they'll follow it up. You know, they've got a computer, it might ping up a reminder, you know, during the next week or whatever. But once you're out of that room, you're out. They forget about you, think about the next person.
Well,
personally,
I'll tell you this. Sorry, my brother, to interject. I'll tell you this, Dan, and I mean every word on Father Jesus' name. If it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for Angela, if it wasn't for my pals, and if it wasn't for my doctor, who's absolutely epic, then I would have hung myself, Dan. And that ain't on. That ain't on that I should ever be thinking after 17 years of misery to be contemplating doing such a barbaric act for myself because of other people's behaviour towards me. Because I wouldn't have been taking my life because West Ham drew a game of football against Leicester today. I've used the analogy before. My cake that I like ain't in Greg's the Baker's or the sausage rolls have run out. I'm taking my life because of what people have done to me, Dan. Yeah. And then you reach out to professionals, or what they call themselves professionals, and you reach out to these false positions of power, which is exactly what they are, and you get no cuddle, and you get no empathy, and you get no moral compass, and they drive you into wanting to do the most barbaric of acts to yourself. So, thankfully for me, I reached out to your brilliant self, and I love all my heart, Dan. You're a terrific brother, and I'm really proud of you, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me over the last, not just recently, but also the last couple of years, because I've watched your channel for the last couple of years. But I mean that with a heavy heart, that if it wasn't for you on the phone, off the channel, on the channel speaking with me, and the brothers and the sisters in the side chat that I've got a lot of love and respect for, and Princess Angela, I wouldn't have made it, Dan. I wouldn't have made it because I gave up, brother.
And it's easy to do. It's easy to give up. I've given up. I've given up myself several times throughout my life. To the point where I have tried to do stuff that I may not have come back from. Thankfully, I did. You know, don't get me wrong. I still suffer now. I still have thoughts now. I still don't want to be here on occasions. You know, mainly around the kids' birthdays.
Same
Christmas,
as me, my good brother. I'm so pleased you said that. It was Jimmy Joe's birthday, the 1st of November, and I love my boy with all my heart, and losing him pretty much destroyed my world. And every birthday, obviously, like your good self, my brother Dan, when the birthday comes, he's getting a bit older now, and it's another birthday I've missed out on, another one, and another one, and another one. It just eats that little bit away at you. You're out of shell. You get chipped away like a piece of marble getting chipped away with a chisel. And it just eats away at you, don't you? And you think, blimey, for me, I think 17 years has passed, and where's it gone? Where's it gone? Do you know what I mean? And it does, and I'm so pleased you said that, because that is a big... See, November, December and January are already a very difficult time of the year for me. Jimmy Joe was born 1st of November, lost him on the 1st of January to the X. And, you know, and on top of all that this year, Dan, and the year just gone, I've had all the other traversities that I've gone through, and diversities.
Yeah.
Which has obviously accelerated my mental health failing. And after such loss, lost the Ferraris, lost the business, lost, more taken away, but I've lost all that hard work for materialistic stuff that isn't important. It's not important. Money don't make up the man maketh the man. But
yeah, of course.
when you've worked so hard and you had a little a balanced lifestyle, and now you're unbalanced because you've been tossed everything, and then it comes up to anniversaries of birthdays and so on and so forth, those things really do it you are, don't they?
Of course I do. I mean, I had my own business that it was a new business. I was working all the hours under the sun to get it up and running. Explained all this to the woman I was with at the time. We lived together. Explained, the situation. I'm going to be working long hours till it gets up and running and all the rest of it. She seemed fine with it. I went home one day, got in 11 o'clock at night, and she had my stuff packed. And she just kicked me out. She just said, "Look, I can't do this anymore. Out you go," basically. So I went and stayed in my office for about 3 or 4 days until somebody grasped me up for sleeping in the office, which is against the terms of the agreement for renting the office space.
Yeah.
So I lost the office. Didn't have the office to run a business from. Lost all my staff. Sleeping in the doorway of a post office for almost a week.
Oh, damn, I'm so sorry for you, man.
And thankfully, well, I say thankfully, I got a payment that I was waiting for to come through. Most of it should have gone on VAT at the time, and I had to use it in order to get a bed sit. But I was in pieces. I was absolutely in pieces.
Yeah,
I lost everything.
I was. I remember when she done what she done to me. I went out to comfort my nan who had lost her brother. It was January the 1st, 2005. We celebrated New Year's Eve. I love you, kiss, kiss, wishy-woos and all that. Friends had stayed over. We celebrated 2004 into 2005. I went out to comfort my nan who'd lost her brother. I just had a sixth sense of something weren't right. I rang up the house line. She didn't answer. I panicked. I come home. There was baby bibs all over the house with "I love Daddy" and "Daddy loves me." And she'd basically split up with me, but I'd splitting up with her the night before. So she basically got her own back, and I never recovered from it, Dan. I remember being in that 6-bedroom house. I walked from room to room, sat in the baby room, played the stuff on the ceiling, the colourful pictures that you can play from the cot. Yeah. I sat and folded all these clothes up, put them in the drawer, got them out again, folded them up, got them out again, tortured myself, mate. It was absolutely the worst thing that I've ever been through on this earthly world that we walk, this earthly realm, and it's been one of the most evilest things I think that any man can go through, or any woman for that matter, because there's men that do this to women. Mm-hmm. And without a doubt, it's definitely affected my life. I think if Jimmy Joe was still in my life, I'd still be a millionaire businessman. But when I lost him, I just lost my drive, Dan. It was as if someone put me in neutral.
Yeah, of course.
You get me, my good brother. And
Absolutely.
I couldn't re-engage first year, brother.
Absolutely.
And it's just all gone to shit, bruv. And then unfortunately my terrific brother Dan, everything's fallen down. 1 year becomes 5 years, becomes 10 years, becomes 17. I'm getting old, I'm 45 this year. The window of opportunity to restart is becoming very, very low. And because the health has now took a massive tumble, my brother Dan, my philosophy is this could be me for the next 15, perhaps 20 years, however long that I've got on this earthly world. Of earthly life, I've had too much stress, too much heartache and too much upset that's caused terrific physical health ailments now to me. So what have I got to do, my brother Dan? Live another 15 years, plodding along, hoping that Jimmy Joe gets in contact to rejuvenate me. That's, to be honest with you, all I suppose I'm hanging on for, my son.
Yeah.
If it weren't for my son, to be fair, I wouldn't be bothered, I don't think.
I mean, I've had, thankfully, I've had some contact with my two youngest boys over the years.
Good. Good.
They kind of come and go. They sort of reach out to me, talk to me on social media for a bit, and then disappear. Almost as though, I don't know, it's almost as though they've been told not to talk to me anymore. But they're old enough now. You can bet your life that's it.
You can bet your life that's it, Dan.
But it literally just stops. Now, I was sending them birthday and Christmas cards with money in. But because I wasn't hearing from them, not even a thank you, and because of that, I don't know whether they were getting them or not. So I was still sending cards, but I wasn't putting any money in at that point.
Yeah.
In the hope that kind of pushed them to, why is Dad not sending any money? Let's give him a ring and get some next time, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But even still, I've not heard from my two youngest ones for a couple of years now. My eldest
So
boy,
sorry for you, Dan, man. You're
I've
such
not,
a lovely geezer, mate.
I've not heard from my eldest boy. The last time I saw my eldest boy was before I moved to Liverpool. And I spoke to them all. I was having contact with them initially when I moved up here, some phone contacts. But then when I arranged to go down and see them one day, I ended up, I drove all the way down, 4.5 hour drive to go and see them. And the youngest boy's mum sent the boys to her boyfriend's house, so I couldn't see them. And the eldest boy's mum put a post-it note on the door saying, "I told you not to bother coming down. You're not seeing him."
No, not on.
But do you know what? Right, I've kept everything, every bit of contact I've had with their mums, every bit of contact I've had with them, I've kept. I've got screenshots, I've got diaries, everything. So
That's a little bit. I just to interject. Sorry, that's a little bit what I do. I use that Facebook. I've got no friends on there for the purpose the police have been bullying me, so I don't put any of my friends on there.
Yeah.
But I use that Facebook as a diary, as a journal. I post everything on there. Comment about me boy. I comment about religious stuff that I'm into and obviously believe in strongly. And I just post through the day when I've got some time to do it, especially if I'm bent up like a wire coat hanger. I find it very therapeutic to help other terrific human beings if I can. But I had the same thing. I was in contact with him, and do you know what, my brother Dan, he used to light me up like Blackpool Illuminations when he was 12 years old, and he'd text my phone. I had him saved on my phone as my son. So every time he'd come through in the inbox, my son, and he'd be going, all right, Dad, I'm in school today in maths. Before I give you a quick text, I would get back to work. What are you doing texting me? And we'd have banter, like proper banter. It was not only my kid, my son, he was the love of my life. He completed me.
Yeah.
And then she took that away from me, mate. And when I was going through what I was going through, which I told her, which was homelessness pretty much, I'd lost the big house, I'd lost the place at Garrett's Hill. And I said, Lee, you don't realise how close I've come to the end of my life. This has been like an act of God, pretty much, you bringing Jimmy Joe back into my life, because I was about to go. And then she listened to everything I've been through, and to be quite honest with you, Dan, if there was money wrapped around me, she would never have behaved the way she behaved. I still had the Ferrari, I still had the 6-bedroom house and the business, mate. She would have actually still been in my life. The fact that there was no money about prompted her to get out of my life pronto, because there was nothing to offer her. And she ran the risk of Jimmy Joe falling in love with me and seeing with his own eyes what a wonderful human being I actually am. And he would have said to her, Mum, why have you kept that out of my life? This ain't on. And she knew that, hang on a minute, this ain't worth my while. If there's 10, 15, 20 grand in it for me, I'll swallow it. And this is what some women are like, and some men. This is what they like. Money speaks. Money is the root of all evil. And what she done, unfortunately, she took my son away. She's cost a father and son a wonderful relationship. These years I will never get back with my son. I will never know his first words.
No, of course
I will never know his first play at school. I will never be able to put a Band-Aid on his grazed knee. I will never be able to pick him up and deal with anyone that's bullying him, if that was ever to have happened. And I've been robbed of being a dad. And the likelihood is I'll never have another child. So that part of my life has been taken away from me through no fault of my own.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott, one second. I just want to say thank you to Spirituality. She just dropped a super chat in there, so I just need to say thank you. Much appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
sorry,
thank
Scott.
You
crack on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, so, and this is the thing, Dan, and don't get me wrong, I weren't no saint. I made mistakes in a relationship with Lee. We were young. I had lots of pressures in my earthly life dealing with businesses and rented accommodation in Raynham. I rented out, and £2.5 grand mortgages at 24 years old on 6-bedroom houses, and running a business and staff. Of course I had problems. Of course I had stresses, and of course maybe at times I let myself down. And if I did let myself down, I'm sorry for that. But I didn't deserve to lose my son. No one deserves to lose their son unless they're an absolute piece of shit. And I'm not a piece of shit. And it's something that I've never got over, and quite frankly, I will never get over, Dan.
Yeah. No, the way that I look at it, okay, and what keeps me going most times, I say most times because even that sometimes isn't enough to stop me having dark thoughts, and that is that one day the kids will want
There
to
you go. They're going to
find
be
out.
old enough. Yeah.
They're going to say, right, who is my dad? What's he all about? Where do I come from? You know, and they're going to want to know that, and they're going to come looking for me, and I've got everything that I need to give them for them to make up their own mind as to whether I just fucked off and left them, or whether or not I was stopped from having a relationship with them. And I will I've never said a bad thing to them about their mums, and I wouldn't. But I do have all the info to prove to them
Yeah, of course.
that I tried to have that relationship with them, and hopefully one day they'll want to know all of that stuff. But just like you, I've missed teaching them how to tie their shoelaces. I've missed their first school play,
isn't it? And then you see things that might bring a tear to your eye. You'll see something on YouTube, or you'll see something on the TV, or an advert, or Christmas time, and you think, "Wow, you bitch! You've ruined my life. I've missed out on all this wonderful experiences of Christmases and birthdays." I mean, she told me when I was on the phone with her, going back 5 years now, that Jimmy Joe don't want to see me. I was crying on the sofa. He come out to comfort me, and he told me he'll see you when he's older, and that absolutely devastated me. Yeah. I went absolutely bollocksly. I don't believe it. Put him on the phone. I want to hear it, because we'd had a epic few weeks together of interaction and just hit it off from the ground running. And then the next minute, I know I was on the phone to him, and she must have come in the bedroom, ripped the phone out of his hand, and changed his mobile telephone number. So I never heard from him again.
Yeah.
And I felt like a rock, Dan. I felt like a rock, mate. And
it's exactly the same. Exactly the same as me. Phone numbers changed, blocked on social media, all of that kind of stuff. And it has been a case of having to wait for them to come to me, and I know that they will at some point. I'm adopted myself, okay. I was fostered initially. Now, I won't go into the ins and outs of that, but I got to a certain age where my health, I was being asked questions about my health from the doctor. Does anyone in your family suffer from X, Y, Z? I said, I don't know. I said, I have no idea. I'm adopted. I've got no clue. So I decided to look for them. Okay. Now I found my dad and my real sister very, very quickly. But it wasn't, for me, it wasn't about, because I never saw any proof that they'd tried to get me back. I had their words, but I saw no proof that they'd tried to get me back. And, from the stories that I'd heard and from what social services had told me at the time, and I don't particularly trust social services now, as much as I did back then, because I was young, I was a child. But I didn't look for him because I wanted him to be my dad, because my dad was the person that brought me up. I looked for him because I needed to know where I came from, what my background was. And even if the boys, my three boys, even if they do that to me, and they come and find me, and if they see me and they say to themselves, I don't like this person, then that is a decision that they've made. Yeah, but it's a decision that they've made, not a decision that's been made for them.
Well, Dan, I've tried so hard to find my boy. He's not on social media. We looked on Instagram. And you know yourself, Dan, there is no help financially from the government for legal aid for family, things like this.
No.
So if you're bent up like a wire coat hanger and you've lost everything like I've lost and you're living on your uppers, mate, try and get some money to take things to court. It's nigh on impossible. You just haven't got the money to do it. I've barely got enough to live sometimes. So I've tried to do it another way, all through the social media. My friends are very tech savvy. I'm not very tech savvy, but they've tried to help me on their smartphones and Instagram and Twitter and this, that and the other and so on and so forth. And he doesn't seem to be on any of the media sites. So again, that's got to be her doing. Trying to stop the rot. Well, the clock is ticking. He's 17, 18 in November the 1st of this year. So, like we said earlier, Dan, he's an adult now. He's going to make his own decisions up. And if he does want to see me, and I'm going to tell him the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God, including the wrongdoings I've done. Yeah. And he'll have to wear it on the chin. And if he thinks his mum's some saint, well, I'm sorry, she's not. She might be a loving mother, but she's not a good person.
Yeah. Yeah, so,
you can be a loving mum. You can be a loving mother, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're a lovely human being.
No, that's right. Absolutely.
But I've just, like I said to you earlier on, half an hour, 20 minutes ago, Dan, however long we've been on the blower, which I appreciate. once again, you know, you've propped me up, Dan. I'm in a much better place than I was a couple of times. I was taken to Newham Hospital just to give these two. I've not got their names, but Father Jesus is fully aware of who they are. I was so ill. I was on this hospital bed. I was finished, Dan. I was finished, mate. And this officer, this wonderful brother in uniform, he spoke to me. He brought me he shared his most intimate earthly life with me, that he'd been suicidal and attempted his life years earlier. He touched me, Dan. He humbled me, mate, because of how horrible the police have been towards me over 17 years. And he said what you said. You've got to keep going, Scott. You can't give up, because your boy's going to get older and he's going to want to know his dad. He's going to want to know him. And do you know what he said to me, Dan? This is gospel, so I don't lie, as you know. He said, and I'm telling you now, Scott, he said, I can see of you, your son's going to have a dad to be proud of. And he made me choke up, bruv. I was fucking choked to bits. I went, do you know what, officer? I'll never, ever forget you, mate. Ever.
And you've got to remember as well, Scott, that if you, or if anybody, not just you, I won't use it to target you with this, but if anybody turns round and says that, you know, and does something to end their life, even me, okay, so this is to me as well. So if anybody ends their life and they've got kids, we need to remember that the mum or the person, or even a woman that ends their life because the dad's got the kids, the person who has the kids has won. Okay, you will never ever have a way of defending yourself once you're gone, and your kids will grow up not knowing your side of the story and believing it. Yeah, you're right, my brother Dan. You're so right. You're so damn right, mate. And honestly, Dan, I can't wait to actually meet you and Angela and hopefully this year that will happen, and perhaps have a glass of beer and something to eat, because I want to give my extended gratitude to you and a big kiss, mate, because you've been epic for me, mate, over the last 2 years. Absolutely epic. And I'll tell you something now, your kids have got a dad to be proud of, mate. You pretty much saved my life. Angela, as well, has been absolutely wonderful, and God love her so much and bless her earthly life. And the brothers and sisters in the chat room that I used to talk with on the thing, I can't chat to them at the minute. I think I'm on block. So maybe Lost Souls Paranormal could have a look at that, because I was talking to West Ham feed today, and the brothers and sisters on the West Ham game can see my chat. You shouldn't be blocked on here. Let me just have while you're there.
Coming through, but I know that I was on a West Ham Leicester live thing today, and I was seeing my chat. So I don't know if I'm still on block from whenever it was.
Right, give us a second. What's your YouTube?
It's Scott Andrew Horn.
Let me have a look here.
Because that was another thing. YouTube blocked my account, but they reinstated it when I come out of the jail that I was on remand for. They sent me we've reevaluated our blocking of you, and it's unjustly done, or words to that effect, and then reinstated my account.
Right, okay. Your name was in the list. I've just unblocked it anyway.
Oh, lovely. So I could brothers and sisters, pump up the volume.
So you may need to restart your browser. However, I'm not sure. You may need to close your browser and reopen it again to load YouTube on your computer for the cookies.
What's browser? The Wi-Fi. Just switch the Wi-Fi off and back on again.
No, just close YouTube. Close it properly and then reopen it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll try that then, Dan.
No worries.
So it's, I won't hold you up much longer, Dan, because I know you've obviously got many other brothers and sisters that would like to talk with your good self. And once again, I must thank you, Dan, because I'm not out of it. I'm in a much better, stable place in terms of the drink, and I'm not allowing. And by the way, for that lovely, empathetic, worded text you sent me, that touched my heart. I read it over and over again. Such lovely words, Dan. It touched my heart. That did.
Well, look, I don't do stuff because I want to thank you.
You do it because you're a good human being. It comes natural.
The thank you for me, okay, is people getting better, feeling better, and living a better life, or as best they can. That's the thank you for me.
Yeah, you good man, brother. You good man. You good brother. I'm going to do my best, Dan. I'm going to keep on marching forward. Thank you to all my auditor brothers out there doing the audits. Thank you to you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you to the side chat. I can't see the chat, but thank you to all the brothers and sisters that have been, honourable to listen to this. And thank you for what you done for me a couple of weeks ago when I just gave up. But I'm through it now, and I'm taking a day at a time, Dan. I'm not exasperating myself by planning a week or 2 weeks or 4 weeks ahead. I'm literally just taking one day at a time now until I get my mental and physical health back on a balance.
Yeah.
But
listen, man, keep pushing. Keep pushing.
I'm winning.
Okay, keep pushing. Don't let these people win. If you're not around to defend yourself, then these other people win.
That's it.
And we can't let that happen.
I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to. I've got my son out there. I do love him. I hope he knows that. And I need to keep on fighting a good fight. It ain't about big asses. It's about the love of his dad, and it's about being able to go and have a burger and a chat with him. I know he's getting older now. Perhaps he won't want to spend as much time around me as he would have done if he was a youngster. But what I do want him, I know he's always going to have a dad here for him for as long as I'm on this earthly world. So I can build a relationship up with my boy. He can have my number, and if ever he does need to talk to me, he can talk to me. Whenever he wants to see me, he can come and see me, and I can go and see him and have a burger and chips with him. That's all I want, really. Don't want the trappings of wealth. I just want that he's worth more than any money that I've ever had in my life, and it will remain more than any money that I can ever have in my life.
Good.
All right, I
Glad
love
to
you,
hear
Dan.
it. All right, my friend, you take it easy, all right?
Yeah, thanks for everything, Dan, yeah?
No worries.
Ta-da, my brother.
Take
Ta-da,
care,
my
Scott.
brothers and sisters in the side chat. Take care, yeah?
Ta-da, mate.
Bye, mate.
Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome. Can you turn the sound off in the background, please?
Yeah, always do, mate.
Hello, Roger. How are you?
How you doing? What I was going to ring into tonight, I'll keep it short because it is on the 10-minute limit. It's not something else. Now, people will remember I did a couple of videos back in March on the swine flu outbreaks.
Right.
What was involved in them, in particular the 1976 and the 2009 one. Now, in 2009, they issued a vaccine which they virtually bullied NHS staff into taking, which caused an awful lot of problems.
Yeah.
Now, after that had happened, it was found out that after the 1976 one, they brought in the Damages by Vaccine Act, 1976.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all the manufacturers were given immunity from prosecution back then as well because they were experimental drugs.
Yeah.
But Compo was awarded to some nurses in this country under that act, which had to be paid by the government. They agreed to pay any Compo incurred through the vaccines. That was completed in 2019. That's how long that went on.
Yeah.
Now, the worrying thing is, after all this time, all of a sudden this month, this act is getting a read-through.
Okay.
They're sneaking it through on a Friday when there's hardly anybody there.
Yeah.
And
Typical.
It's on the same day as the Data Share Protection Act or whatever it is they're doing from the NHS.
Right.
So whether they're going to try and amend... At the moment, it's just a read-through, which means to me they're looking at either changing something in it, repealing something in it. And I don't know whether people were aware of this thing even still being out there. Because it gives people a legal recourse on if they've had harm from the vaccine.
Yeah, I think you'll find there's quite a few people that have heard about the fact that pharma companies are immune for prosecution. It's something I've touched on in the past. I didn't know it was being read again sometime in the near future. I didn't know that, so I welcome that information. Well, my own view on it is that the government know that if somebody takes Big Pharma to court, they could end up with a lot of money, a lot of money. Okay.
Yeah.
And so they've turned around and said to the government, listen, this is my opinion. I reckon they've turned around to the government and said, listen, we'll back campaigns, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do the other. If you put a limit on how much people can gain in compensation, rather than doing us for millions of pounds.
Cap on it?
Yeah,
you know?
well, yeah. I mean, it's coming. Remember, it's coming out of the public purse. It's coming. The government are paying it out of taxes.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that this has been done, as I say, because the government can then turn around and say, look, we are now dealing with it. This is our policy. We're only allowed to give up to X amount of money. And you've got no recourse of going to the pharmaceutical company and getting millions out of them, like in some other countries, they do. And I think that's what's happened. I think the big pharma are giving the government backhanders. Again, this is my opinion. YouTube, not fact.
Mine's along the same lines.
And they're putting that into a pot. And then if anybody comes forward and says, right, I've got a lifelong condition which should see them with millions of pounds of compo, they're going to get several 100,000 maybe and told to fuck off.
Yeah, because the last lot they got, I think it was a group of 8, and they got 60 million.
Right.
But if anybody, I won't go into the whole story now, but those 2 videos, the first one is the 76 pandemic and the crisis that caused.
Right.
And the second one is a nurse's story called Melanie, where is it? I've got it here somewhere. Melanie Gallagher.
Okay.
And she was one that was really badly affected by it. It was life-changing.
Right, okay. Well,
I put them out in March, and I reposted them on, I think, BitChute a couple of weeks back.
Right, okay.
Because somebody asked for them. But that explains the whole story and of why they brought that act in and what have you, if anybody's interested in that. But it's the 25th that it's getting the reread.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye out for that and see what comes of it. I mean, they're also pushing through the Human Rights Act as well that they want to amend.
That really does affect us. That.
Yeah, of course. Well, it all affects us, but some of them more than others,
Yeah.
So that's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on as well.
Oh yeah. Well, when I sit here during the day, I have the live on all the time, and I look at the schedule, and if there's something that's going to need the attention, then I'll sit back and watch it, make notes, what have you. So I've got it all firsthand,
Yeah. Cool.
But anyway, I won't hold you up, mate. Like I say, 10-minute limit. I'm not on a crisis call.
No worries.
And I know there will be somebody out there that needs our help, so I'll let them get on, mate.
I appreciate your call, Roger. It's nice to hear from you.
Yeah, I was great fun the other night on the the StreamYard. That's only the second time I've ever tried to use it. But it will be better next time, mate.
Definitely.
All right, and buddy, and hi to the chat. Sorry, I couldn't look in the chat there because I can't concentrate on too many things at once.
No worries.
All right, and guys, I'll let you get on, Dan. Thanks.
Take it easy, my friend.
Take us on, mate.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so the government are doing a reading of the act that covers big pharma and their and compensation if they balls up, where the government have taken over that part of big pharma's legal bit, shall we say. So that should be interesting to see when that or what comes from that. We'll be keeping an eye on that as and when we can. Hello, Tina. How are you? I did just see a message from you. Hello, Anonymous. Goodbye, Anonymous. I'll have a look at that link you sent me, Tina, shortly. I'm not so bad, Tina, thank you. Not so bad. A bit tired, but I am always tired, so there's nothing new there. So remember, guys, 01515289590. Again, share your story, whistleblow. I'd love to get some whistleblowers on here. Talk crap, call me names, I don't care. Even if you just need somebody to talk to, let's get you on. Hello, Anonymous.
Hello, Dan, it's Bob.
Hello, Bobby, you alright?
How about yourself?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. Not so bad, thank you.
Well, first thing I want to say, Dan, I know he done the other Friday about one woman's vigilante.
Yeah.
Took a neck angle or fell around, so you're a top man.
I do what I think is I do what I think is right, not what I think other people want to see or hear. So when it came to that, some people had told me to say something, some people had told me to mind my own business, and I sat there, I couldn't not say something, but yeah, I've spoken to her since that happened. I'm hoping she jumps on tonight at some point, actually. So we'll see.
Well, what I want to talk about, Dan, about the fella that's on before about vaccinations and all that. What I've learned over, because the government say this, there's going to be another virus come along soon. I told you, you done it on your Facebook. The government's trying to say the COVID is airborne virus. If you look at the evidence, Dan, throw the bullshit. I tell the reason why. According to the data, they don't even know what day it started in China, but they reckon it was like the 17th of November round time.
Right.
We didn't get it to in February. There was a 75-year-old woman from Nottingham got it. Now, if you look at the facts, then it should have been a lot quicker if it was airborne, because you still flights going into China, etc., etc.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree, and something I've touched on in the past as well. The spread should have been far worse than what it was. I mean, if it's airborne, practically everybody should have had it by now.
Yeah.
I've not even had so much as a sniffle, personally. And again, we must make it clear that this is not, we're not giving medical advice on this channel. It is opinion. Well, my opinion is based on my opinion, and I just want to say that other people's opinions do not necessarily reflect that of this channel. I have to say that. It doesn't say that I disbelieve, but I've got to be careful what's said on here, obviously, Bobby. So,
but if you look at the evidence, right, that when an airborne virus, you can predict where it's going to go.
Yeah.
As look at many cabin crews died, and many cabin crews being affected. There's over 248,000 cabin crew in the world. If that many died,
probably not very many.
20, and it's only 3,500 had caught it.
Right.
Now, you can check that up yourself. And also, Dan, you tend to find it spreads from like airports. You can see where seaports. So you know where you can see where it's spreading. It migrates from the points of the first points of contact. But the first one we had was in Northampton, and she was 75, and she passed away the next day. And also, Dan, as well, is that if you look at the flu pandemic in 1918, 1919, 50 million people died, over 500 million people got infected. Just imagine what would happen if you was that air travel, like commercial air travel then.
Yeah.
if this was airborne virus, then there would have been a shitstorm. It would have been getting dropped. And I'll tell you something else I found something about this so-called COVID. If anybody in this chat room or yourselves, if you Google X-rays of COVID patients' lungs and X-rays of hepatitis patients' lungs, the same. Either they're using the photographs of hepatitis patients as COVID, or it's some sort of hepatitis. And another fact as well. You know what they call hepatitis D?
Go on.
Delta.
Where
have I heard that before then?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, and to be, to try and be fair, Delta doesn't necessarily. Delta can be used as instead of numbering. So so for them to use Delta doesn't necessarily. I don't think that necessarily means anything particularly, because it could just mean it's the fourth version of something, rather than using 1, 2, 3, 4. But again, that's just an opinion. I'm not knocking you for yours, obviously.
No, but if you're so Dan, if you Google the symptoms of hepatitis from A to D, the same symptoms, and also as well, Dan, you lose your sense of taste with the hepatitis.
Right. Okay. Well, I know you've sent me some stuff. I've not had a chance to go through it yet. Yeah. But I will go through it at some point as soon as I've got the time. I've been a bit up the wall lately, as you can imagine.
That's what I think is a bit funny, that like now you've said that there's another virus coming over from Africa.
Lassa virus, yeah.
Now, that's what I'm saying. And like even the BBC, that it's like on the question time the other night, they still have to say the mask distance. It's supposed to, according to the government, it's supposed to be over next week, the 24th, is it? But now they're going to go, just new disease. What's going to happen next time, new disease? Yeah. And that's what I just said about the swine flu. That's the vaccination. That's called Necalax. People must get knocked out sleep, fall asleep with it.
I think it's. I think they're bringing this up at the moment. Is a way of keeping people in a state of fear. Okay, what could happen if they want to take masks away? But what could happen if we don't wear masks? Oh my God, there's a new virus. If we keep wearing masks, we'll be okay. I think maybe that is the sort of direction that they're trying to take this, because it's the Lassa virus. Apparently, the other day was the first ever death in this country from Lassa virus, first ever. And then and the articles even said about bleeding from the brain, bleeding from the eyes. And then I saw another article saying bleeding from the vagina is a symptom of this Lassa virus. I thought that was a symptom of being a fucking woman.
I don't say that anymore, Dan. That's a trans people get a bit pissed off about it,
Yeah.
Because Dad was heard about what's her face, Adele. She said she was glad to be a woman. She's happy being a woman. She's getting all the angry trans people. I just thought, well, that's what I'm saying to you, Dan. The government's just trying to scare people.
Yeah.
They all they're trying to do. And that everything the government's this, the government's that. Like, the reason why we're coming out of this lockdown, Dan, they haven't listened to the scientists from day one. The reason why the government's coming down out of this lockdown is to keep Boris Johnson's job. That's what it is. I don't care why he's coming out of this lockdown. We should have been another fact that we went into lockdown, the first lockdown on the 5th of March 2020. There was a report on the 6th saying it wasn't an airborne virus on the 6th. So we should never ever because Dan, it's like it's the same as AIDS. It's passed through bodily fluids. I'm not saying through a sexual way. If I had AIDS now, if I spat on your face and my saliva in your eye, I'm not saying it will. You can technically get it. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what you can't protect people from that. And it's also that if you think about this as well, look at Germany. They had so in the hardest Australia, lockdown, etc. It's still the high chance of.
I'm losing you. I can't hear you.
They still got high amount of infections. They've had the mask mandate. All this. Why do you think that it's not an airborne virus? Because it could be when they went in the hospital, people in the hospital now, the people in hospital get loads of infections. People in care homes, loads of infections. And if you think about this, that hepatitis, any hepatitis, last year, 820,000 people died of it in 2019, sorry. And there's over 395 million people infected worldwide. So it's a highly infectious disease. We don't see people getting locked. We don't see countries getting locked down for that. And that's easy past. That's easy past.
Right. Listen, Bobby, I'm trying to keep today's calls. I said at the beginning, I don't know if you was in from the beginning. Any call that's not mental health related, I need to put a time limit on of 10 minutes. You can call back later by all means, okay? But I want to try and get as many people on as I can this evening with a 10-minute limit on anything that's not mental health related. So my apologies, but thank you for calling. Appreciate it, and I will check out those links that you sent me.
All right, cheers. Ta-ta.
All right, mate. Ta. And we have another. Hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello. Not so bad. How are you?
Still here.
Jolly good.
I warn the listeners in advance. You might hear noise in the background. That is a piglet running round. We have an eventful life. I'll explain quickly for the listeners. We are an animal rescue, and a young lady contacted us who had some piglets. She bought a pig a couple of months ago and didn't know it was pregnant, and it dropped a litter of 11 piglets. And out of the 11, Mum decided that she wanted nothing to do with the last one, which was a run to the litter. So the owner rang us panicking, and we said, fine, bring it here. So I'm now laying on the bed, watching the show, with a piglet laying on top of me, quite happily snoring away in the background.
I'll tell you what, I would absolutely love to have a pig. I grew up with cats, dogs, rabbits, guinea pigs, chickens, cockerels, birds, you name it, we had it at one point, hamsters, whatever. But I've always wanted to have a pig and a monkey.
Well, I've had both, and I'll be blunt, pigs are easy to look after. This little lady here is 2 days old, and she'll grow to about 400 pounds in weight. She's what's called a saddleback. So if you listeners want to do a bit of research, go on the internet and look up a saddleback. They can see what I'm dealing with. Anyway, the reason I'm ringing tonight, because I know I've got long, is have you seen or have you heard anything to do with this football player that kicked the cat?
Yes, I've seen that, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, the issue I have with it is, and obviously I agree the guy should be hammered into the floor, but the last couple of days there's been various posts on social media from the RSPCA, because allegedly, and I use the word allegedly because nobody really knows unless they're involved in the case, he offered to give them a large percentage of money. He says he's done it. They're saying they haven't. But rather, what annoys me with it is there's two things that annoy me. First of all, is they've gone public saying, "Oh, we haven't had this money," instead of going to the guy directly and saying, "Look, we haven't had it." Like try to deal with it properly. But the second thing is, which is what really annoys me personally, is, and again, I've got nothing personal. Well, no, I have got things personal. I'll rephrase that. The rescue or organisation in question is the RSPCA.
Yeah.
Now, I do know and I accept they do some good jobs. but they also don't do some good jobs. I'll explain what I mean by that. Is a lot of people are not aware of the RSPCA put down roughly about 20 to 30,000 animals a year that are completely healthy. Where there's rescues out there, and again, I'll say it on here, the rescue that we have that is a no-kill rescue. Now, we get zero funding from national government. Don't get it down. Yeah. Whatever we make, we do it through car boots and that type of thing. And the support of our followers. The RSPCA get a substantial amount of money a year.
Yeah.
And I cannot get my head round, and I've looked into it, I'll be honest, which is why I say I'm bringing it tonight, because it's annoyed me today, to be fair. I've been stewing on it all day. There's nothing stopping them setting up no-kill rescues. Nothing at all.
No, this is, to be honest, I used to do fundraising for the Dogs Trust. Okay. So I used to fundraise for the Dogs Trust, and they are a no-kill rescue. When I was working for them, I found out an awful lot about the RSPCA. Now, I was, YouTube, if you're watching, this is stuff I was told that I'm repeating, not that I'm saying actually happens. But I was told that if they have an animal over a certain amount of time, say, I don't know, let's just say 2 weeks. If they can't rehome an animal within 2 weeks, then that animal gets euthanized.
Yeah.
To make room for new animals. Many animals that have got illnesses or issues, shall we say, that require veterinary assistance, many of those animals, I believe, or I've been told, get euthanized because of it's cheaper to do that than to try and get them to recover. But obviously when it's in when they're in the public eye, they'll turn around and they'll go, "Oh, look what we're doing for this poor little animal," And I personally, I don't agree with what I've been told that they do.
Well, I can say it again. I don't care what YouTube say to me personally, but I can basically confirm what you said. I think it's 4 weeks rather than the 2,
right.
But they do euthanize healthy animals. I know that for a fact. They do euthanize anything that comes in that could have a bill. I think it's £500 limit. So if an animal's going to cost more than £500 to fix, it's euthanized.
Right.
Which again I think is ridiculous. Because you're talking, this organisation gets hundreds of thousands of pounds a year. The other thing as well is which I find interesting, which is why I'm throwing it out to your listeners, because somebody else may be able to, comment on this, have views on this. Is, do you know the RSPCA inspectors that come out?
Yeah.
They have a level 1 animal husbandry and animal. Can't think of the proper name for it. It's animal welfare level 1.
Okay.
We have staff that work for the rescue that I help with that have level 3. So they've got 1, 2, and 3. And yet we've been to cases where the RSPCA's walked in and gone, "Oh, no, this is all wrong. The animal's got to be taken. It's got this, that, and the other." Yep. We've turned up because obviously the owners rang us for help, and it's complete crap, to put it bluntly. Perfect example was angel wing. Now, look, again, I know I'm probably talking, a lot of your listeners won't listen to this, but basically angel wing is a disease that the birds get when they are fed the wrong food when they're young. Wild birds get it, and also normal, like geese, ducks, etc. get it, and chickens. And it's basically where the wing grows the wrong way, and it looks like an angel's wing, which is why they call it, hence the name. But I went to a case about 3 months ago where the RSPCA was just kicking off big style because a guy had got a couple of angel wings in his flock. And she said, "Oh, you've been mistreating them." So he rang me, and I said, "Yeah, no problem. I'm running about the corner, actually, so I'll come down." So I went down and met her, and I know the officer in question. And I said, "What's the problem?" "Oh, he's been mistreating these birds. Look at the state of that one." So it's got angel wing. And I kid you not, she stood there and looked at me and went, "What's angel wing?" Well, I'm not going to stay here and say that I know all and etc. because I don't. This is part of the reason that we are doing the rescue, because you learn things. But I've come across angel wing over the years and been involved with the rescue, and it is something that's, I won't say it's common, but it does happen. And she's like, oh, no, it's a broken wing. So it's not a broken wing, it's angel wing. And she was adamant that this guy had obviously attacked his bird. So in the end, I got pissed off with her, if I'm honest. I said, fair enough. I said, I'll ring our vets out. So I rang our vets out. Our vet turned up about an hour later. One look at the bird, said, what am I here for? So she says, he's mistreated that bird. He said, it's angel wing. I said, I know that, you know that. You explain it to her. And he had to go and take this RSPC officer to one side and explain to her, because she was on about getting the police out and getting this guy arrested and everything else, for something that he had no control over.
Right.
And, I sit here as a member of the public who rescues animals on a daily basis. Just to give you an idea, today we've had a tortoise come in and more rabbits. We do everything but dogs, basically, at the rescue. And it annoys the hell out of me that you've got an organisation that are funded by, well, let's be blunt, celebrities.
Yeah.
And have a lot of the backing from national government, etc. And yet they turn round and half the staff don't know what the hell they're doing.
Quick question, being asked in the comments, what is the name of your charity and whereabouts are you in the country? I know the answer, but I'm going to let you answer.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're up in Cumbria, and it's Cumbria Hen Rescue, Cumbria Animal and Hen Rescue. And we get all sorts in all over the. We cover the whole of the country. I know it sounds stupid, but we're the only rescue of our type left in the country, because we take in not only pigs and goats and sheep, but we take in rabbits, guinea pigs, snakes, spiders, you name it, we take it in. The only thing we don't do is dogs. Right. And I've got 3 of them, so I don't want no more. But it annoys the hell out of me that, because I don't cut out a little bit there, but it annoys the hell out of me that you've got an organisation which, when it was probably set up, it was set up for the right reasons, but it's become a cash cow for those involved.
Yeah, well, most charities do. I remember when I was doing sales, I remember a guy working for us, and his dad was an architect for what charity? For cancer research. He was an architect on their buildings, and I remember that he told me that they designed this building. They built it. Cancer research said we don't like the look at front of it. And they had to pay several more £1 million just to pull it down and redo it differently. Okay, now as a charity, I'm not being funny, but you would use as little money as possible to for buildings and stuff. You'd probably be better off renting or buying a building that's already built rather than having something built for you. It was a waste of millions of pounds just because they didn't like the front of the building.
I don't. Honestly, that's the point. It's like a lot of rescues. Like we link up with other rescues, just as the listeners know. But there's not one of even our director of the rescue doesn't receive a penny.
Yeah.
But we actually put money into it rather than take anything out. All the members of staff do. We do it free of charge. We don't charge for our time. We do school visits free of charge. Christ, we've even done kids' parties and stuff free of charge.
Yeah.
Just so we get the education out there and let the kids know that, like, for example, snakes are great, but they're a 5 or 10 year, if not longer, commitment, etc. It's like the piglet we've got now. This little lady here is going to be with us. I sent you a photo, by the way, on your Facebook page. But this little lady is going to be with us for a minimum of 10 weeks.
Right.
Because she's going to need hourly feeds every 4 or 6 hours as she gets older. At the moment, she's having hourly feeds every 2 hours.
Sod that for 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Rather you than me, my friend.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm an old hand at it, unfortunately. It's me that normally deals with all this type of stuff because we all have each little quirks, and mine's pigs and that sort of stuff. So I'm quite happy to do it. She's quite happily cuddled up and snoring her head off next to me. Cool. But no, it does it. The thing I'm saying to your listeners is that I do try to spread this point all over the Facebook, because we have got a Facebook page as well. And again, that's Cumbria Animal and Hen Rescue for those that's listening. Is before you donate to anything, think about where the money's going. Because while I agree that RSPCA do a reasonable job, I won't say a good job, a reasonable job, I think they get far more money in than what they put out. And I don't think, never come across an RSPCA officer that can answer me the question, why they do not have a no-kill rescue.
A lot of
Because
places. Sorry. Again, when I was doing the Dogs Trust, they had 2% administration fee. So 2% of donations that came in. So if you donated £100, £2 of that went towards administration costs, rather than towards the care of the animals. But there are a lot of places out there that have much higher administration cost percentages, which again is something, as you quite rightly just pointed out, is something that you need to look at when you're looking to donate to a good cause.
Yeah, and I understand that everybody has, especially in organisations as large as theirs, you've got to have the relevant secretaries, etc., etc. But the way ours is run anyway is 99.9% of the money, if not all the money, to be fair, if I'm more honest, goes to the animals' welfare, feeding, and rehoming. And as I said, because we're a no-kill rescue, we've got animals in. Perfect example, we've got a cockerel. It's been with us for 2 years, and it's looking for the right home, and it'll stay with us as long as it needs to until it gets to the right home, because we're a no-kill rescue. Right. I'm partly come on tonight, and I know it will be 10-minute lifts, but I'm going to be quick with it. But I'm partly come on tonight and say to you, listeners, look, you do a fantastic job. I know that because you helped me out. You know what I mean? So I'm saying to your listeners, learn from what I learned from you, which is, before you leap, look, because all these big organisations, and again, I'm going to throw a few here in the mix. You've got Sally Army, you've got RSPCA, you've got Oxfam, you've got Children in Need. Are all great and the first in the queue to take the money off you.
Yeah.
But if you look around, you'll find somebody local that'll doing exactly the same job, who doesn't have a director on a couple of £1 million, who doesn't have 20 secretaries, etc., etc., who basically could probably use your fiver more than the big companies, and you'll probably get more for your money, as in you'll see more happening with it than you will for one of these big organisations.
Exactly. Well, listen, Lost Souls just popped your Facebook group into the chat. So anybody that's watching that wants to go check out that Facebook group and give them a like, follow them, give them some support that way at least, share some of their posts. Maybe it can help them out a little bit, and it costs us nothing. So yeah, anyone that's watching that can do anything in regards to that, then crack on.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. And other than that, as I say, I'd start giving you a ring and say, have a good evening. Cracking show as usual. And I'll get out of your head. I'll let you go do what you need to deal with.
No worries. Listen, you take care of yourself.
You too. Bye. Bye.
Speak soon. Bye. Oh, hello. Good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Who's this?
It's Mark from Hull.
Hello, Mark. Did you say?
Yeah, it is.
Mark, how you doing, Mark? You all right?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Yeah.
Good stuff. Not so bad, thank you. What can I do you for?
Good. I wanted to tell you a little bit of a story and also pick your brains a little bit.
Okay.
I'm into photography, groaning and ordinary photography.
Okay.
And on Friday, I received my new 18mm lens. Brilliant lens for taking like wide shots and various things. So I live in Hull, and we've got a place called the Bonus Arena, and it's it's like a concert hall. You get Tom Jones going there, singers and acts and what have you. So I had a few bits to do in town. When I took my camera, I thought I'd get a couple of pictures of the arena, because it's quite an odd shape. It's a nice looking building. And I'd been there, not even, I was just taking my very first photo, and I got approached by the security manager telling me that I wasn't allowed by law to take any photographs of this building. And I said, well, of course I'm not on private land or anything. I'm stood on the street. That you're being silly. So he said, well, I'll call the police. So I honestly thought he was joking. And I said, I'll go call them. And I said, go in there. I said, and do your job. I said, and stop being ridiculous. I'm stood here with like top quality camera equipment. You can see I'm all I'm doing is taking photographs.
Yeah.
And that was that. So I carried on, took a few more pictures and what have you. I then had these two, it must have been 5 minutes later, 2 coppers come and accosted me, wanting to know what I was doing. Within 30 seconds, I knew it was going to go wrong. So I whipped my phone out of my pocket and I said to them, "Look, please don't say anything else until I start recording, because I want to make a note of everything that's been said here."
Okay.
And I was getting a bit stroppy about me taking these photographs and referring to Manchester and saying that, I looked an intelligent guy and what have you. And I said, "Look, I don't, you can see quite clearly what I'm doing. It's middle of the day. I'm not hiding what I'm doing. I'm taking photographs.
Yeah.
I've got, as you can see, expensive camera equipment. I had a bag with me that had other lenses. I mean, I had about 12 grand's worth of lenses and camera. So, I wasn't inconspicuous or anything. I was just like there.
Of course.
And I tried to walk away, and both coppers put hands on me and wouldn't let me walk away. And when I said to them, because I've seen a few channels and whatever, and when I said, well, hang on a minute, are you detaining me? Because if you are, I want to know on what grounds you're detaining me. Do you believe that I've committed a crime? Right. No, we just want to talk to you, but wouldn't let me walk away. And in the end, we was actually throwing insults at each other. I've got it all on this recording. We was actually throwing insults at each other. It was just weird. And I just wondered what your thoughts were. The fact that they said there wasn't detaining. Oh, I also said that to put hands on me and assaulted me, and the woman copper said, "No, that wasn't me. That was my colleague." So, they've admitted that they've grabbed me, kind of thing. And I said to them, "What would you do if I, touched you with someone in contact? Sure, that's assault, I believe.
Yeah.
What would you do if I touched you? You'd arrest me, wouldn't you?" No, I wouldn't. No. but it was just so weird, because I knew, it was I wasn't hidden around anywhere taking pictures and running away. I was stood with this bag, and I was I'd take a few pictures with one lens, I'd kneel down, open my bag, change my lens over, take a few more pictures with another lens, and I was doing that. They was watching me on the CCTV, and then, like I say, these bobbies accosted me. But it was the fact that they wouldn't say that there was, no, we're not detaining you.
Yeah, of course.
But when I went to walk away, both of them, on 2 occasions, physically stopped me from walking away. "We want to talk to you." That's effectively being detained, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, it is. Now, one thing to remember is whenever anybody, and I mean anybody, comes up to you and says you can't take pictures by law, things are going to go south. Okay, they've not got a clue what they're talking about, and things are going to go south. All right, there's only certain places where it is against the law to take pictures within a boundary, and I believe that's places with a red line around it, which are military bases. Okay, and if you can take pictures from one side of that line, but you can't cross that line and take images. Okay, that's if my brain's working correctly, that's the situation. Anywhere else is fair game, providing you're not trespassing. Okay. Again, if you're out in public, there should be no reason, even if you are on private land, there's no reason why anybody should be putting hands on you just for taking photos. Yes, they can call the police if they ask you to leave and you refuse to leave, but the police can only do anything under aggravated trespass if you're being there really is preventing the people on that land from carrying out their normal activities.
There was nobody there whatsoever. They're just watching me on camera, and like I say, these 2 bobbies. But do you know the funny thing was, I said something to the copper at the end of the conversation. We were throwing insults at each other, kind of thing, and I said, "Do you know what? I hope you get a kicking on your next shift." And I regretted saying it. So I got in the car. I was going to drive home, and I was I felt really bad about saying that. So I went to the police station, because the police station is literally across the road from the bonus arena. Okay. I wasn't taking pictures of a police station or anything like that. I was just taking some pictures of this arena. It's a unique shaped building. So I went back to the police station, asked to speak to this copper, but she'd gone back out. Aaron, this sergeant, the male copper, and I said, "Well, can you?" He says, I've got her on the phone now. I said, "Well, can you just tell her that, I don't agree with what she's done, but what I said was disgusting. I shouldn't have said that because I don't wish that on anybody. I was angry, so I kind of I made amends for something I said in the heat of the moment. But over the weekend, it's like really wound me up that they did this, and stopped me and what have you.
Okay.
So I rang the police today to get the log number from the bonus arena ringing the police. There's no such number. There's no record of anybody calling the police.
Okay. Right. Two things. First of all, where was this again?
It was a place called the Bonus Arena in Hull.
In Hull. Audit in Britain's just popped up in the chat saying tell him AB is on his way. So AB, or say that again, Corner.
It's the Bonus Arena.
Bonus Arena in Hull.
Yeah, and it's in Hull. It's right in the city centre. It's about a minute's walk from the train centre, and it's next to a big shopping centre called the Princess Quay.
Right. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing more about that over on AB's channel at some time in the near future. With any luck, that would be nice to see. Secondly, if they've put you were recording this, I'm presuming you've got them putting their hands on you. Did they stop you from walking away? And you've got this on camera. Yeah.
What happened was I said to them, I'd said what I'm doing, and they was like trying to get more information and what have you. And I said, look, am I doing out illegal? I said, I'm in public. I'm not hiding what I'm doing. I've got a bag full of lenses. I'm swapping my lenses and what have you. You can see even as you walked up, you can see I'm taking pictures, with I'm like not just snapping pictures. I'm concentrating on what I'm taking. And I knew that they were getting clever with me. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to you. And I started to walk away. And the male officer put his hands out in front of me and onto me to stop me. No, we want to talk to you. And I said, are you detaining me? No, we're not detaining you. We want to talk to you. And I said, I don't want to talk to you. And I went to walk away again. And then she put her hands on me to stop me.
So that's a detention. They've detained you. There's no way around. No two ways about it. You got detained. They wouldn't let you walk away. So you wasn't free to go on. Being detained is almost like the same as being arrested. Okay, so in effect, it's like being detained is like a temporary arrest until they decide whether to fully arrest you or not. So ultimately, that is that I would suggest is worth following up with a claim. The assault, if they put their hands on you, it's classed as assault. We would certainly get done if we put our hands out to stop a copper from walking off. We would definitely get done for assault, and we'd get twisted up in a process for the fun of it. So I would suggest that you speak to a brief. I know one here in Liverpool that deals with cases across the country, and they're very good. If you want to email me, I can pass you their information.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
In fact, no, I'll say it on here. I'll get their phone number up. Grab a pen, and I'll give you the info.
Right, 1 second. Right, I'm ready.
Okay, so it's 0151.
Yep.
668.
Yep.
0582.
Right.
That's Higgs, Newton and Kenyon Solicitors, HNK.
Right. So it's not worth, because I've got their complaint letter up on my computer, it's not worth writing a letter of complaint to them, the police.
I would first give HNK a ring. They will advise you. Okay, they work on a no-win, no-fee basis. So what they'll do is they'll advise you what is probably best for you to do, whether you should do that. In most cases, I'd say to people, look, go through the complaints process. So when it goes to court, you've got proof that you've tried every other angle. Now, HNK may well tell you to do the same thing. or they may look at your footage. Obviously, I've not seen your footage. I've just heard what you've told me. HNK will look at your footage and they'll make a decision as to whether you've got a strong case to go without making a complaint or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'll email you the footage if you want me to email you, but you can have a look at it.
Oh, by all means, chuck it over.
But, I mean, don't get me wrong, I was cocky with them, but the initial interaction wasn't recorded. They come up, there was like, how are you? And I was like, yeah, I'm good, you. And what you doing? And I think it started wrong because I sarcastically lifted my camera up to say what's it look like kind of thing. But it was more, you're really asking me what I'm doing kind of thing.
These are the police. They should be professional, okay, and they should know that to expect some kind of resistance from every member of the public, okay. By that I mean when they ask a question, most people will probably nowadays go something like, "Well, what does it look like?" That kind of resistance, rather than just folding and spilling your guts. Excuse me. I definitely think you need to speak to the brief. Send us the video, providing no matter what happened prior to the video starting. Okay, and I always say this to people: record from the earliest opportunity, not when things start going south, but from as soon as you see a copper approaching you. If you think they're coming towards you, start recording, so you've got as much of the interaction as possible. You can always delete it if they don't. Do you know what I mean? So but if you've got footage that shows them saying you're not detained, but then refusing to let you walk away, that should be enough. What happened prior to that shouldn't be an issue, because if you're not being detained, then you've done nothing wrong prior to that. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong. I was cocky towards them while the video was going, and at one point I'm calling them morons. I'm saying you're morons. You can see what I'm doing. You're just morons. And then they threatened me with Section 5 public order for screaming and shouting. Right. Which I wasn't. I was.
Which can only be implemented if there's other members of the public in the area that may at the time feel alarmed or distressed at what you're.
No. She told me she says she was offended, and I said you're making it up now. You can't be offended. Oh, I can. I said, well, you're making it up now. You can't make it up.
Police can be offended. I'm going to have to wrap this up, I'm afraid, so in a moment. But police can be offended. I've said this before. Lots of people have misunderstood the ruling from the court. Police can be offended, but their level of offence must be much higher than a regular member of the public. That is the difference. Okay, so if you called somebody a wanker several times, okay, that may well be above the normal person's threshold as far as a court is concerned. But a copper hears that on a daily basis, okay, so their threshold must be much, much higher than that of a general member of the public, and that's what's important to remember. So if you go on and on and on at a copper, and you there will become a point where it becomes or where it goes beyond that threshold. But generally speaking, in a situation like you've just explained, that wouldn't have been anywhere near the threshold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was moron. I didn't swear at him. It was just moron that I called him.
So, right. Well, as I say, do us a favour. Send us over the video to look over. Okay, get in touch with HNK tomorrow. Give them a ring. Okay, they'll ask for the footage as well. Yeah. It's probably best, to be honest, to upload it as unlisted onto YouTube, because then all you've got to do is send a link to anybody that needs to see it, and only people with a link can see it that way. Okay,
right.
So it's kept private, but rather than marking it as private, which then you have to put email addresses in to give people access, do it as unlisted. Send that link to the unlisted video to anybody that you need to send it to. Nobody else is going to be able to see it then. Plus, it's uploaded to YouTube and it can't be tampered with by you or by anybody else. So you've always got that. Look, it was uploaded on such and such a date, and it's been there since. So you've always got that extra evidence to prove that it's not been sort of messed around with or edited.
I'll do that now then, and I'm not sure how you show you it, but I'll figure it out.
Right. Okay. Well, just if you go onto YouTube, and in the top, if you're on a computer, in the top.
Right, I'm on YouTube now. You've got
Okay.
create, haven't you?
Yeah, go to create, and
Yep.
then you've got upload video.
Right, that's on there now, uploading.
Okay, so you upload it. It'll ask you as you go through the steps. Just you don't even need to put a title in. You don't need to put anything. You know, you need leave the title whatever it says, which is the name of the file. You don't need to put anything in the description or the tags or anything like that. Just make sure that you mark it as unlisted.
Unlisted, yep. There it is, unlisted.
And then once it's uploaded, it will say uploaded. Then it will take a few minutes to process it onto the servers and make it go, available for people to find through the link. And then you've got the link. You just need to chuck over to the brief. Send it to my email address, whatever, and so people can see it that way. And again, it's untouched, it's unedited, and nobody else can see it.
Yeah, I'll do that now. It's downloading, so I'll do that. You'll have to email us back and let us know what your thoughts are. Yeah,
I will do. Listen, but give HNK a call tomorrow and see what they say.
Yeah, I will do. Nice one.
Okay, I'm definitely sure you've got a case there. Again, I'm not legally trained. I base it on what I've learned over the past 3 years of running this channel. But I'm pretty sure from what you've said, you've got some case there, maybe false imprisonment as such, holding you against your will when you've done nothing wrong, and potentially assault. But HNK will know far more than I.
Lovely. Cheers for your help.
No problem at all. Thank you for calling.
Nice one. Keep it up. Cheers, mate.
Take care. Bye bye now. Bye. Graham, yeah, that private unlisted video got me banned, but that was because it was they said it was medical misinformation. If you're uploading a video of an interaction with the police, providing it doesn't breach the terms of YouTube, i.e. show anything sexual or anything seriously like injury wise, then it should be okay to go. AB, get over to that place when you can and let me know when the video's going live, because I'd love to see it, definitely. Yeah, Alex Belfield's creating his own platform or something, isn't he? Which, not to knock him, but I wonder where he's got the money from to do that, seeing as all the money that's gone through has apparently gone to his legal team. But again, if he can come up with something for himself, then fair play to him. But the fact that he's going to charge, if he charges people for it, and he's built it using the money that people have given him, I think that is a bit of a piss take, to be honest. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Right, I phoned up is this a app? Yeah, I think I've got the right line.
This is PAP. Police Abuse and Powers?
Yes.
Yes, that's me, yeah.
Yeah.
You calling from Southend?
I am.
Yeah, your number's popped up on me Skype here, and I noticed the area code, which is where I'm from. How you doing?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, not bad.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad round here. So, I mean, apart from Tesco's keeps on getting kicked in, it's pretty all right. I've never phoned at any one of these places before, or even talked online or anything like this. So,
no worries. Everyone's welcome here.
Thanks, sir. My main thing I wanted to phone was a warning about the mental health services.
Okay.
And from what I've experienced, so if you tell your doctor that you want to die and you want to commit suicide, they lock you up and they take all your liberties away.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. And then after like sort of 2 weeks in the hospital, they released me. And then when I got out, I went to the bridge, 60-foot bridge, and I was going to jump off that Southend bridge, right? And So cops turned up and they put the cop car underneath me, just, break the fall. Don't think they would have done anything, but the copper goes, "What about your mum?" So I was like, "Yeah, good point." I realised I was being a bit selfish.
Yeah.
So I climbed back over. Then they took me to the ground quite violently. They put the knee in my back, my neck. Then they put me in a sweat box for an hour.
Yeah.
Then they told me that the staff at the Basden Mental Health Unit were really friendly and kind. They were anything but. Everything that you say just turns into air. There is no substance in what you say. I'm just giving a warning out there. If you didn't know that, just do not tell them that you want to die, because they will just lock you up. I'm on my third strike, so if I can't talk to a doctor anymore, because I'm afraid that if I tell him the truth on how ill I am, he's going to lock me up for 6 months. And I'm a heavy smoker, so when you're in hospital, you're not allowed nicotine.
Yeah.
They've banned e-cigarettes and cigarettes now. So I went on a hunger strike for 6 days because I wasn't allowed that nicotine. Yes, I'm a little bit immature that way, but I am addicted to nicotine, and I needed a fag after that incident. And I really needed a cigarette and a cup of coffee. And yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just do not get locked up in these mental health units. You get, if someone's got a cold sore, trust me, everyone's going to get a cold sore. If someone gets ill, everyone gets ill. You can't get away from the television because the televisions are encased in these protected cases. So you can't even change the channel. So I, not only with the not eating, no cigarettes, I was basically hearing BBC being played at full volume. And I find the BBC to be just pure propaganda. I don't know what you think about that.
Nobody on this channel will disagree with that.
I don't know what's going on with the media. I didn't really notice it until the BritX, I can't remember what the name called. I call it BritX, when England left Europe. Brexit, thank you. Yeah. I eat too much Weetabix, so I call it BritX. Anyway, so that's when I noticed that the Democrat, the voting system was almost like irrelevant at that point. It was like we voted to leave, but no one, like the news, the BBC, almost every news channel was just saying this is going to happen, this is going to happen, and I was like, but we voted. We voted that we've got one of the best systems in the world. It's not perfect, but it's a good system. That people are allowed to vote. Yeah. And it's not good. I don't vote myself because I don't trust any of them, left or right. I class myself as an observer. So it's more of a case of like, what's actually going on? Like, and then, you had that Black Lives Matter thing, and then everything everyone says is almost like racist. Everyone's a transphobic now, and everyone's this, and everyone's that. Everyone's being put into categories. And I just feel like the media is almost like attempting to divide the people.
Oh, they are, definitely. That's part of the plan. It's part of the plan. I've spoke about this before. I don't know how long you've been watching the channel for, but on some of my previous lives, First time. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's nice to hear from you as a first-time caller as well. So thank you. But the establishment have over years broken society down into smaller and smaller and smaller subdivisions. Yeah. So you had your BAME community. Okay, so it was BAME and whites. Okay, and blacks. Now you've got, even though BAME was part of the blacks, now they're breaking down BAME? Black Asian minority. Black and minority ethnicity. I think that's what it is. It's something like that. But quite simply, what they've done is, rather than say, it used to be blacks and whites. Okay, well, before things started getting broken down more, it used to be blacks and whites. And then it was blacks and Asians and whites, and then it was broken down even further. And what's happened is the establishment broke us down into small groups, and then they've worked out a way how to break us down into even smaller groups. So now you've got LGBT rather than the gay community. You've now got LGBT.
The ABC group, yeah.
Even the trans out of LGBT are being sort of ostracised by the rest of them. Okay, or they don't want to be part of that group. There's things are breaking down into such small groups, and we are all too busy fighting with each other.
Yes. To
come together as human beings to fight the major problems that affect us all.
Yeah, there was a war book back in the day. I don't know who was writing it, but it was called Problem, Action, Solution.
Yeah.
It's a government tactic they use way back, I think, in the German times or something.
Yeah.
Propaganda, split, divide, and conquer.
That's
and
right.
it's so it's so in your face. It's like really hard to not ignore. I mean, one of the things that I definitely noticed was when feminism movement and always Me Too, it was all about female empowerment, all this sort of stuff. And then they put men that want to be women into professional sports. Now the feminists are against that.
Yeah.
So, you've got infighting within infighting.
Yeah, of course.
It boggles the mind that no one's actually catching on to this, especially those within the media group. And
they know.
Yeah,
they just don't report on it. Yeah, absolutely.
And they keep talking about COVID over and over and over again, and it's just like, yo, man, there are bigger things going on out here.
Yeah.
Matt, we know about COVID. Okay, we've got the gist. We know what's going on, but honestly, what else is going on in the world?
But even that's been used to break society down further. You've got vaxxers and anti-vaxxers, and the propaganda around that is that anti-vaxxers are dirty and bad and should be ignored, and you should not be friends with them, for example. Do you know what I mean? And again, so that's another real world issue that has been used as a weapon to break us down even further. I know families that have splitten up over this whole COVID stuff. Do you know what I mean? And don't talk to each other because of it. And it's wrong, and they don't see what's happening.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. My grandma refused to see us unless we had a jab. I'm not getting some experimental shit in my arm. I'm sorry. I believe in natural immunity, and if it kills me, then it's my time to die. But I'm not very well anyway, so who cares? But she said, you're not allowed around unless you get vaccinated. But I'm like, hold on a minute. My brother's been boosted. He's a teacher, so he's been boosted. He's been vaccinated like 3 or 2 times or something. He still got it.
Yeah.
He got it again. So even if you you've got this this chemical in your body, you can still pass it on.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't make any logical sense. And this is what the BBC has managed to convince these people that don't leave their rooms, don't leave their TVs, and actually talk to their neighbours. And when you do talk to your neighbours, they go, I don't want to talk about politics.
Yeah.
It's like, but if we don't talk, then we're not going to know what's going on.
Exactly.
So, anyway, mate, yeah.
This is one of the reasons why I do these phone-ins, because I want people to be heard. I've not got the biggest channel out there. There are many channels, far bigger than mine, bigger platforms, but I at least try and give people the opportunity to have a voice and share what they've got to say. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
But what my opinion, I will share. Not that it's important. What's important is the person who's calling in, sharing their opinion and and their story. So. You're right about the mainstream media. It's not just them. It's we've got the government, we've got the tech companies, and they're all censoring the information that comes out. I watched a video the other day. I'll see if I can find it. I'm going to link it in the community tab on my channel, and it was about how it was a Russell Brand video.
Oh, he's good, yeah.
A lot of people don't like him, but what I would say is what he was talking about makes a lot of sense, and he was
Well,
reading.
he uses unnecessary words.
Yeah, but he was reading facts from a report about how the news media companies are the ones that go on and on and on about other people, data, how they're stealing all our data and this, that, and the other, and the news companies are the worst. They're the ones, which is why we shouldn't trust them. But I'm going to find that video. I'm going to link it into my community tab, so keep an eye out for that. I'll do that after this stream.
Thanks, mate.
But it's definitely worth a watch, even if you don't like him.
Oh no, I think he's all right. You know what I mean? I just think that the some of the words he uses are just
unnecessary.
You know, I mean, like there's no reason to say this really complicated word. I might know what he's talking about, but I'm like, dude, you can, break it down a little bit easier than that. Don't have to use this really long word and then next to a really another long word. But maybe I'm just showing my ignorance and my unintelligence here. But he does talk facts. And a lot of the time he is just reading an article, and I'm at that point where even reading the facts, is that facts now? Yeah. Because what is being controlled? What is the direction they want us to be thinking in, or the direction we're going in? And it's pretty scary if you think the direction that the media and the government are taking. It's almost like it doesn't seem to be good.
No.
I believe in independent thought. I believe that everyone has a right to believe in what they want to believe in, and no one should be judged on that. And I just would turn on the media, and it's like, nope, you should judge people for that. And it's like, hold on a minute.
I know. Being told, we're told in one breath to, to be inclusive and all the rest of it, and in the other breath, we're being told to, as you say, to find a reason to dislike other people.
Yeah, it's insane. Absolutely. Madness. Yeah. Anyway, mate. Thanks for taking my call.
No, you're welcome, man. Listen, thanks for calling in. As you say, first time caller. So welcome to the community as well.
Thanks, mate.
You'll find a lot of people in here are very nice people. Some wankers.
But we all sometimes, though, eh?
Most of them are very nice. So it'd be nice to see you getting involved in the community.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
All right, man. Take it easy.
You too, mate. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Caller, just give me 1 second. Bearded Veteran, you say according to Belfield's YouTube stats, he's earned just over 350,000 in the last 12 months. If you're looking at what's it called? What's the site called? If you're looking at Social Blade, I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. That isn't as accurate as people might think. Hello, caller. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
It's Frank.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. It sounds like you've got something over the microphone of your phone.
I'm on a mobile phone. Hang on. How's that?
That's better. That's better.
It's Frank. Is that Dan, yeah?
Yes, it's Dan, yeah.
I spoke to you about 18 months ago. I'm called Frank.
Frank?
You probably remember me because...
I think I remember. You're still a little bit muffled, Frank. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
It's here now. Is that better? I don't know what's better. I'm not used to making calls on a mobile phone.
No worries. No, that's a bit better. I think all it is maybe you've got something covering the bottom of the phone, which is where the microphone is.
I don't know. I'm not technology. I'm not touching. My hands are on the corner of the phone. That's all I can tell you.
Right. Okay. I don't know what's going on then. I'll do my best to hear you. If I miss something, I'll ask you to repeat it.
Well, it's nice to see you back.
Thank you.
The last time I spoke to you, I've got terminal cancer. I think that's how you'll remember me.
I remember. Yeah.
You're still here today, which is good. I don't know where you've been because you just vanished off my television, and I couldn't find you anywhere. And then 2 nights ago I found you, and that's why I'm calling you now.
Okay. Well, I had 3 strokes last year.
Yeah, you didn't look well. Actually, the day I talked, you didn't look that well. I know you've got medical problems like myself. But it's nice to see you looking so well now.
I feel better. I'm suffering from tiredness. I mean, it's nothing compared to what you must be going through. So I'm not trying to, not trying to play that down at all. I have chronic fatigue, and I wake up in the morning in pain in my arms, and I tire very easily. But other than that, I'm still here, and I'm still pushing and doing what I can do.
Myself, but unfortunately, I'm the one that doesn't want to be here. That's the bit they don't understand. I don't feel any different to I felt the last time I spoke to you, and unfortunately, I'm still here. So therefore, God must have a plan for me.
Well, he must do. He must do. I mean, I'm not a big believer in God and things like that, but I do know that there's an awful lot of people, even commenting at the moment, that remember who you were before you mentioned the cancer, and they're all saying that they remember you here, and bless you and things like that. So listen, there's a lot of people here that would be saddened if you weren't to be here now. Okay, so let me just put that across. I know how you feel. You've made that clear, and it's a shame. But there are people that would be saddened if anything happens.
Hopefully nothing's going to happen, but I still look. I don't see a future. That's the problem. I would like to see some sort of future, whatever it may be. I don't know,
right.
Good or bad. Something's better than nothing. So
it is absolutely. Absolutely, it is. You're absolutely right.
So I'm just waiting to see what happens, and I will phone you again. Now, if you're back on YouTube, unless you take you off again, of course, or something happens to you, I will be phoning you more regularly.
I've got no plans of coming off of here. The only way that I would come off of here is if YouTube either takes me down, or for some reason beyond my control, I'm not able to make videos. But other than that, I'm back, and I'm back for good as far as I'm concerned.
The other thing I don't think I mentioned it last time. I don't do www.
Right.
I don't do laptop. Basically, I've got you on the television on YouTube.
Right.
And that's how I see you. That's how I watch most of the stuff I watch. I don't do any technical stuff. I can't do it. My brain won't switch on, and I'm happy. The mobile phone that's in my hand now is probably about 30 years old. It cost me 35 years. There's nothing smarter but it than me. And I'm happy to be like that. I'm very old-fashioned, and that's how I was brought up. So what can I say?
Brilliant. Well, do you know what? I'll tell you what, Frank. It's lovely to hear from you. Genuinely is. Again, I appreciate how you feel about things, but from my point of view, and I know from some of the people in the comments there, we're glad that you're okay at the moment, and we're glad that you've called in. It's genuinely nice to hear that you're still with us and pushing forward.
According to all the letters about, I was supposed to be dead at Christmas, and it's now February, and I'm still here, so look at them all.
Right.
I'm still here, I'm still breathing, and that's it. I'm happy enough. I'm happy enough.
Sorry?
I'm happy enough, so that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. We don't have to listen. We don't have to be bouncing off the walls, do we? At the end of the day, as long as we're happier than we were. When I say yesterday, I don't mean yesterday. I mean sort of yesterday is in before now, if that makes sense. So as long as we're happier, sort of moving forward, then that's always a good thing. We always get down. We always have our bad days, and you know what? We'll do what we can to help who we can when they're in that sort of position or situation. But it's glad to hear you speaking like that. I'm happy.
Be nice, and if you can't be nice, say nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan. I'll speak to you again, mate.
All right, Frank. You take care of yourself.
Yes,
Speak to you soon. Goodbye, mate. Oh, that was nice. That was nice to hear from Frank. Right, I'm going to turn the phones off for just a moment. So I'm not taking any calls for a minute. Yeah, that was nice to hear from you, Frank. There's a lot of people saying the same in the comments. Yeah, I remember. In fact, I remember after we spoke that night. I remember talking to a friend a while afterwards about the conversation that we'd had. And to be honest, hearing you talk now, just now, I'm really happy considering how, considering the tone of the conversation last time we spoke. So, I'm happy, fair play. Just keep pushing on, keep fighting. Hot ears again. Yeah, I've got hot ears. I've got a swollen bladder and an empty coffee mug. So, so with that in mind, I'm gonna just take a very quick comfort break, as they say. Just a minute or two. No, as I normally do. Enough to drain the main vein and fill my cup of coffee up, and I shall be back. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you in just a moment.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan PAP as the contact. That's Dan PAP. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
And we're back. Here's a tip for you all. Never make coffee and have a piss at the same time. I've just stirred my brew with my cock. Oh dear, I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry at all. Not sorry at all. Right. Somebody's just asked about seeing Smudge. Smudge is not in at the moment. He's gone out somewhere. But I've got a call coming through, so I'm going to take that. Let me just flip back over to here. Good evening, Tina.
Hello, Dan. How are you doing?
I'm not so bad, thank you. Can you turn the sound down in the background so we don't get confused? Okay. Thank you.
Right, let's turn that off. Okay, you got me?
I have, indeed.
Excellent. Right. People are talking about mental health, and you have the CQC, Quality Commission, Quality Care Commission. Yeah, CQC. Yeah. We have in the Devonshire area, we have a number of mental health services which are supposed to be readily available, 24-hour open service for chat. We have many bed units in the city, and I live in Exeter, but they don't take any patients. They don't deal with anything. So they're telling people to go to A&E. The police are having to take them out of the area to like North Devon and stuff. But the Quality Care Commission, Care Quality Commission, people should start complaining. Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So they should start complaining. So what I've done is I've got details of the Quality Care Commission's phone number and also their email address. So if we want to do something as a group, what you can do is you can start email bombing these people about Quality Care Commission for Mental Health in their area. Their phone number is 03 000 616161. I'll repeat again, 03 000 616161.
And that's the Care Quality Commission, did you say?
Yeah, it's a Care Quality Commission.
Okay, I've just popped that into the chat.
To investigate the lack of services in any care scenario.
Right.
So one of those is mental health. So the inquiry email is inquiries, ENQUIRIES, at cqc.org.uk. Inquiries at cqc.org.uk. If they get responses from your area and they get a number of them, they have to react and investigate and inspect. Okay, so we did that in my local area, and they were pulled up on the lack of services and the inability. Like during the day, people are going to hospitals, mental health hospitals, asking for help. They're sending them to A&E all the time. There's nobody here. 250 staff work in one building. Mental health patients couldn't see anybody, even a CPN. So that's what the disgusting part of that is. If as keyboard warriors, as I call people, you all start swamping these people with complaints in your own area, things will get moved. They have to. They get a certain number, they have to start acting on it. So anyone who's struggling with mental health, they've got family that can't get access to services, don't go to the services, go straight to the CQC. If they don't take the appropriate action, there is another service you can go to make a formal complaint if you've tried everything. That's the Ombudsman. Now, that is an independent organisation that will investigate any government department, councils, whatever, to do their job.
Yeah.
Now, if it goes to the Ombudsman, that goes to court. Now, if that person was to win a case, it's free solicitors in court. You don't have to worry about paying. So if an Ombudsman picks it up, that organisation faces millions of pounds worth of fines. But the person is also entitled to compensation.
Right. Okay. Interesting
what happens
information.
Then, if the Ombudsman do make a case of this, it then becomes case law. It goes into the case law file. So other people going through the same, lawyers can look at, that's a certain case Mr. B won. So they can then actually look at that case as case law and use it for other clients in the future. But you have to go through the CQC complaint systems. If they don't do anything about what you're asking for, you can then say, well, I'm taking it to an Ombudsman. So they hate that word. Scares the hell out of them. So you do it for councils, you do it for all sorts. So basically, yes, you've just got to basically sort yourself out and get it done. But we are keyboard warriors on your site and on all the sites I go to. We've got the power to change. But if you start letting them know you're not happy with it, that's how it starts. The power of the word is better than any protest, better than any writing to your MP. We got the power, not the government. So start writing, guys.
We know we've got the power. We know we've got the power over the government. It's just that, well, many of us do. It's just that not enough of us understand how that works just yet. But I'm sure that's coming soon.
It's just very important that we all get together on this, because if they do get major problems coming in from all parts of the UK, it really throws them out on a real spinner. They don't know how to deal with it. So we can change things.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps any of your members.
Cool. I'm sure it will. We get an awful lot of people in different circumstances watching these videos. You brought up some interesting and very positive information over the past couple of weeks as well. So let me thank you for that, bringing that to the attention of me and the community.
No problem at all, Dan. I just wanted to pass that on. So anyone else that wants to hear anything, we can talk about other things as well. But I got a lot of clients I work with who are very seriously unwell with mental health. On another note regarding mental health, here's a spin. It's gone up on my site. Not many people know this, but if you have mental health issues, you're entitled to 50% off your council tax.
Right. Okay. There you go, guys. just in case. But I'm presuming it would need to be a documented mental health with a doctor at least.
You can have a doctor as long as you're on medication. You've got a GP that confirms you're mentally unwell. You don't have to have a CPN note.
Okay.
All right, but I'll put that up on my website anyway. But there's more and more things available for mental health I'm discovering that they're not giving. So I'll be putting more of that up, and I'll let you know as well, Dan, all right?
Right, I'm just going to pop before you go, independent
Independent. Now, independence.
Oh, independence.
Yeah.
IND, sorry, my brain's gone
IND.
flat. Yeah.
Independence, IND, PENCE, DENCE. Do you want me to put it up?
Independent. Actually, I've got it. I'm trying to figure out how to spell it again, and I've got it on here anyway, where you've sent me it before. Let me just open it up.
I sent you a picture of the site, so yeah.
Oh God, how do I open up chat? There it is. Right. For your website, I mean.
Oh yeah, independence-advice-net.uk.
Got it. Right, paste. Right, so the website I'm just posting in the chat now is to Tina's website. Again, for those of you who haven't heard of or about Tina before, the website is in the process of being built, so there is things missing, but there is a lot of useful information on there that could help you. There is a contact us page on there as well, which you can contact Tina or her team, and she and her team will be able to hopefully assist you in doing what you need done. Is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of right. What we do is we give you the skills to do it yourself. We write the legal letters down. We write all the law letters that they need to tackle any government agency. We do all of that. Once they get to a certain stage where they can't do it themselves, they sign a consent form. We take it on as their personal representative, and then we kick their ass higher up. That's what we do.
Brilliant. We love it. We love it.
People often say to me, what do you get out of it? What do I get out of it? The smile on the person's face that wins and the grumpy ass look on the person who's lost.
Well, it's the same as what I get out of doing what I do on these live streams, knowing that somebody is still pushing forward when they've been at their lowest. To me, is the best form of payment that I could possibly imagine. The creator, Tina would help anybody across the UK, I'm presuming, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she can help you even in the south, yes.
Yeah, I've got laws changed in England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales. I've worked with clients right across the board and they keep saying, where are you? When I say where I am, it's like, well, how can you possibly deal with this client? I said, I'm not sure whether you're aware of a thing called the internet. And then they hang up. So yeah, they don't like that. So yeah.
Lucifer's asking, do you deal with NHS?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Best thing to do, Lucifer, and anybody else watching, is to I've popped the link in the comments a few times. I'll do it again. Is to open that link up and go through and check the website. If there's something that's not on there that you feel that you need help with, then reach out to Tina, and Tina will probably, well, not probably, but Tina will do her best to help you in that situation. Cool.
Yeah, that's what my objective is. Like I say, Dan is right. I was only supposed to have started the site this year. It got put up early, and I'm like, oh crap, half of it's not done. So I've got about 4,000 documents to upload. But like I say, we help you go through it first. I'm trying to give people the skills to do it themselves. My aim is to get a load of keyboard warriors. Then when you learn it in your area, you've got the confidence to pass it on to someone else. That's the objective of this site, is to educate you so you can then help others. and it's for free. Anyone that tries to charge, I'll find you and I'll kick your butt. It's completely free across the board. So our job is to give you the skills. We only jump in when they get arsey. Okay, so I don't care about that. So my poster is great, Dan, in it. I'm retired, but I work part-time as a pain in the ass to every government agency. That's all I'm So yeah, if you need anything, guys, just let me know. But remember, we have the power. Even if you don't have mental health issues yourself, start supporting those that do, and start getting out of the CQC. They'll get annoyed.
Exactly. We've all got to help each other because everybody's turning against us, and when everyone turns against us, the only thing we can do is come together and assist each other to fight back. We can't do it on our own.
No.
And there's plenty, there's plenty of people there that, like Tina, has got the experience, and there are other people that may not have quite as much experience but are still willing to help, and we need to be there for each other.
We do, and you can't keep going to the monkey. You want the organ grinder, so that's why you go to the top.
Right.
All right.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tina.
That's okay, mate. I'll leave you alone now. Just wanted to pass that across, mate, okay?
No worries. Lovely to hear from you again.
You too, Dan. Take care, mate.
All right, take care. Bye-bye now. There you go. Got some great information on that site, and there will be more being put up as time goes on. So we've got another call. Hello, caller.
Now then, Dan.
Hello.
Is that Dan the man who can?
I recognise that voice.
How's it going, Goldilocks, on the 3 hours?
I'm okay, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Bit of a brain picking here.
Go on.
I'm thinking of starting up my own YouTube channel.
Okay.
But not too sure if there'd be anybody interested in it.
What's the subject?
Case law.
Okay. I'm
So
sure you'll find plenty of people interested in that.
Basically, I don't know, shall we say, like Rice v. Connolly, and explains like what happens if the old bill come and grab hold of you, or even I don't know, bloody what you call it as well. My brain's all mushed up here. It's what you get for not sleeping all night. Tribunal as well.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just wondering, what do you reckon?
Yeah, no, I think it'd do quite well. Genuinely believe it would do well. A lot of people want to know and want to understand, but it's hard for many people unless you get into things like, like yourself and like I have over the past 3 years, and start learning and teaching yourself and delving deep in your own time to find answers to things. When normal people look at things like a case law docket or even looking into the legislation website, it's overwhelming. So if there's somebody out there that can break it down and make it easier for people to understand, then I think that's got to be a good thing.
In fact, I'll tell you the reason why I've rang you, because I was listening to your caller from Hull.
Yeah.
And actually, it also might be of some interest to you. And it was about somebody going to photograph a protest.
Right.
An arms protest it was in the UK. And they had all the shit took off them under Section 44 of the Terrorism Act. And it ended up all the way into the European Court of Human Rights.
Right.
And it didn't go very well for the police, shall we say.
Never seems to when it goes that far.
So I can send you that across if you want to read that judgment, Dan.
We can send it across. Again, I'm still trying to catch up on emails and messages that people sent me before Christmas, believe it or not. I do my best to go through them, depending on what sort of subject line. And the first line shows in Google email, it shows the first line of the message. So I try and find the ones that I know that need looking at and dealing with first, and then sort of go back to the other ones. But sometimes I don't have the time to go over the ones with attachments until a later date. But by all means, send it over. I will get round to looking at it. To
be honest with you, I was actually thinking about what happened with you when you just went to, because basically that is exactly what this person had gone to do.
Right.
The exact same as what you had gone to do in down south. And of course, shit hit the fan with them, and it ended up all the way in the courts of human rights.
Right.
So, might be something worth you looking at. I don't suppose anybody could give me some ideas in your chat then, if they was interested, of what I should call the channel.
Okay.
I'm up for that.
Well, I mean, look, I'll ask. Obviously, by all means, people have heard you ask that question. I'm sure you'll get some recommendations in the chat there. But for me, when I put my channel together, I made sure it was named something that people search for, a search phrase that people search for, and police abusing powers, or police abusing their powers, is something that is searched for quite regularly. So for yourself, I think it would be an idea, perhaps from my point of view, obviously take it or leave it, or take somebody else's idea, something that people tend to search for. So I would definitely have case law in the title. As Lucifer's just said there, I've just seen that as I thought it. Case law simplified, or something like that. To be fair, the name of the channel doesn't matter that much if you're going to be posting everywhere, because people will find the videos that you've put up and they'll come and subscribe. But people are obviously looking for search words, specific search words, and you want to come up in searches as well. So case law definitely in the title, but what else you put with it, I would leave to yourself or other people to come up with.
It's a tough one. It's not something that people are really going to go looking for on YouTube, is it?
Well, you say that, maybe there are. Listen, there's I can't remember the name of the site now, but something to do with Google, and you can put in phrases and it tells you how often they're searched for. So you can think of several names, potential names, and then go on to Google, and like most. Let me see if I can find it actually. So.
Like I say, it's an hobby of mine. I know it's a strange hobby for everyone listening. It's a very strange hobby, but that is my hobby: reading through court judgments.
Right. Google Trends. If you search for Google Trends, so it's Google Trends. Okay. If you search for that, and then you can type in your search term or topic, and it will tell you how sort of popular that phrase is. So get a few ideas for names. Say maybe 3, 4, 5 different ideas from people for names, or from your own thought process, and whack them in Google Trends and see which ones have a high search rate. And I'll stick to something that comes up.
I must have, no word of a lie, Dan, I must have probably 50, 60 PDF files alone, just of assault of a police officers where they've actually gone all the way through to the Court of Appeal and the High Court, and the High Court and that was turned around and said, no, he hasn't assaulted you, you've assaulted him.
Yeah.
Exactly like that guy from Hull. The minute he put hands on him, me personally, he'd have got a slap. I'd have been charged for it, but I'd have walked out of court scot-free.
Yeah.
So, well, no, it's all that kind of shit. But yeah, if people are interested, then yeah, I'll do it. But I just don't want to waste my time with.
No, I think. Listen, I think people would be interested. My honest opinion is people would be interested. Again, anything that makes it easier to understand something is always welcome. It's like me when I was doing my videos prior to the reports. I was breaking it down. I was explaining parts of the legislation, but I was trying to do it in a way that made it easier for people to understand. And when I was doing that, the channel growth was amazing, because people were searching for stuff and they were finding me and sharing my stuff and coming and subscribing and that. And I think that anything that makes it easier for people to understand something is always going to be a welcome addition.
It's not so much as trying to make them understand. It's more what they can expect and a legal argument that they could use in a court. Because what I'm thinking is, like, for instance, take Right to Read Connolly or Neil v. the DPP.
Yeah.
You know, they are case law, and no court below that will even try to overrule them. So they just slap that on the table, the same as I have many a time, and they walk out with court scot-free.
Yeah, but again, it's about empowering people. If we said to somebody, look, check out this, Connolly versus DPP, without making it easy for them to understand, they'll look at that document, which is multiple pages long, and they'll go, oh, fuck me. You know, so it's a case of, although you're showing them the case law and giving people the tools to use from the case law, it just needs to be broken down in a way that an idiot can understand. Because let's face it, most people that sit on YouTube all day are fucking idiots.
So like you and me. So basically, if you and I can understand it, everyone else can.
Yeah. Basically,
right.
I'm gonna get
right.
slated
Cheers,
for that,
then, Dan. No
worries, man.
Right, you take care, fella.
Look after yourself. Take care.
All right. Bye,
bye, mate. Bye. I was only joking. You're not all fucking idiots. Some of you might be. might be, not are, but might be. Right, so 01515289590. Give us a ring, talk shit, share your story, whistleblow, call me names. I don't care. I've not had many people call me names, but I'm not inviting you to phone up just to call me names. Actually, my face is looking really shiny there. Let's turn that off. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, good evening. How are you doing, mate?
I'm not so bad, thank you. How are you?
All right. Been better, been worse. I'm going to keep it pretty quick because I don't want to take up the call for too long. I almost wasn't going to ring up and say anything, to be quite honest, but it was after that first call that you had on. 8 years ago, I was in a situation that loads of people are in, and the more I looked into it at the time, it happens to a lot of people, and basically I'll get into it. 8 years ago, me and my partner, we have 2 children together. I had 2 children together. One of them was poorly, and when we took him to the hospital couldn't find out what was wrong with him. About 2 weeks later, once he was on the mend, if you will, the social services got involved and started asking questions. And they said, did he bang his head? Has he ever fallen? Anything like that? We said no, because there wasn't anything like that. They looked into it, and long story short, they eventually removed the children. This caused my family to completely fall apart. Everything fell to pieces following that, really. And afterwards, they found out that there was there was nothing that had happened to him. He'd not been hurt by anyone. But because a number of years had passed, they said that they can't, they don't return the children to your care once you've been proved that you're innocent. And when I looked into it, it turns out that there's roughly 250 parents a year that are accused of hurting the child, one way or another. And roughly half of them are proven to be innocent afterwards, and they never get the children back. So it's not like it's just myself that's in this situation. It happens regularly, year in, year out. I mean, some British citizens flee to Ireland to escape this kind of hell, and it happens, a lot. You know what I mean? That's all.
Wow. I mean, to be honest, I'm. Let me open my page here. There are some people that I am connected with on Fascistbook, who concentrate a lot on this kind of thing.
We did quite a lot. I mean, the only way we could, to be quite honest, we were quite fortunate. The only way we could actually prove that it was something else is because we had to privately spend fortunes on separate investigations, getting independent medical evaluations, because it went to, I mean, the long and short of it was, I mean, the police obviously asked questions. They said that they didn't think anything untoward had happened because, like, my son, it was my son who they thought something had happened to. He didn't have a mark on him, not an injury, he'd never been ill. My daughter, who was elder than him, same scenario, you know, no issues. But he had this, what did he say? It was a subdural hematoma. It was a bleed basically on his brain.
Right.
And they couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, thankfully he's okay. You know, like, you know, all being well. You know, thankfully God, his health's all right, and he was okay. But it went to like the police said they couldn't. You know, like there was nothing they could say that was untoward, so they dropped it immediately. But when the social services kept pressing it, it went to something that they call a family court, and they are on probability. And there was 3 medical experts there, and 2 of them said they didn't think something had happened, but one of them said they thought it was 50-50. And because of that one view, they said erring on the chance of probability, they had to remove the children. And that, I mean, I was generally flabbergasted. I mean, I was only 24 at the time, so I was a lot more naive than I am now. But, you know, I was generally taken back, and it knocked me, and it knocked my ex now for 6. I mean, and it completely, I mean, we used to have a really close family. Like, I'd see my grandparents every day. You know, we'd go around to each other's houses. But that impact that had on the family. I mean, my children moved across the country to live with my mother, and me and my ex at the time moved like there too, you know, to be closer to them, so we could see them. But then that relationship obviously fell like through the wayside because there was just so much stress. I mean, we were in and out of court. We were trying to prove that the situation. I mean, we split up and we continued to try and prove, you know, what was the truth, and we did, thankfully. But I mean, it didn't change anything, and it's it's like I said, I don't want to take up the whole thing because it's a bit doom and gloom, and a lot of people talk about stuff like this. But there's literally hundreds of people who it happens to, and there's no justice for them, and it's really shocking. It really is. Well,
I'm sorry to hear what you've been through. I appreciate you calling in, as you say, you wasn't going to, so I'm glad you did, because there could be other people that are watching this now or on.
Well, I'll be honest with you. What made me do it is when you said yourself that you was quite familiar with the fostering system more so than the other side of things. I thought it might be something that I don't know. It's just sometimes the problem shared, and said it's one of those things that I don't talk about. You know, in general. I mean, I used to have a YouTube channel, didn't talk about it on there. It's just not. Do you know what I mean? Because I know it sounds really bad because it's children, but it's like hitting your head against the wall. We did everything we could do to try and rectify it, and the best that we got is having weekly access to see them, right. And that was the best case that we actually got, and we got told that by solicitors after spending quite a considerable amount of money trying to rectify it. But it's just it's ridiculous. It really is.
I don't blame you. Do you know what I mean? And it is sickening. I mean,
but there is times like we're talking on the care thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But right, talking on the mental health side of things, like it makes you very. It's like I know a lot of people have touched on it in chat. It makes you very cautious about what to actually say because you don't want to go too far when you say stuff when you're asking for help from the mental health side of things. You know, when you're explaining like, oh, this is what's happened in my life. This is what it's caused. You know, this is like, it's like other people have said when with the children, you know, there's certain things you see and you think, you know, I don't have that. I've been denied that. I can't take my children to school and you know, teach them the homework and all these little things that, you know, you look forward to, you know, as a parent. But it's like, it's all those things that really add up a bit. But if you go too heavy on the mental health side of things, I think everyone's greatest fear is being told that you're going to get institutionalized. And once you're in there, you don't know if you're going to get back out again.
Yeah. And just being branded as well, you know, not even if you don't, you know, whether you go in and come out after a short spell, or even if you don't go in, but you're branded as having mental health, that can cause massive issues, not just with the police, but also with social services and local governments and things like that, which social services are part of. But you're right, absolutely.
I think you're right. There is a part of the stigma, but also as well the fact that like you just, I mean, I know I've said stuff that's very questionable on the phone. If I was like a mental health care person, I'd have been a bit like, you know, this person clearly needs help, but you don't really get it. But then, like I say, at the same time, you're a little fearful because you don't want to get like carted off somewhere. And, you know, like I say, you don't know. Like, I mean, you hear horror stories where people have been in these places for like 20 years, you know, and they've not actually done anything wrong. They've never committed a crime, never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying, really. But
it's one of the good things
so you
about
feel
this,
sort of trapped.
It's one of the good things about this channel is that people can remain anonymous,
No, it is a very good outlet, I must admit.
But they can still call in if you know, if they're feeling bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a trained psychiatrist, psychologist, or anything, but I've been through stuff myself, and I think that that it's the same with anything. Experience is better than education, in my opinion.
Oh, God, so you see some of these people, they get like an education, like you're saying, like college and university and stuff. They've got no real world experience. When someone actually goes to them with a problem, they don't know what to do. So it's probably better.
Come from a decent family with plenty of money to send them to uni and all the rest of it. Yeah. Whereas there's people out there that have had nothing and had to and had to struggle all their lives, hence why they've got mental health issues.
Well, no, I'm not really usually one to complain, to be quite honest. I'm on about stuff, but I'm very. I think what's made the situation a bit worse for me is I've made myself quite isolated. Like I've been a bit ill recently, and like I used to have like a dog that I went out with, and I had to rehome her because I couldn't take care of her. I've become on the mend now, and now I'm just kind of like stuck on my own, which does suck a bit because you tend to get stuck in your own thoughts. But it's like you say, something like this, like, you know, like hearing other people's issues and being able to talk to people and chat who are very like-minded, it does make a massive difference. So it's you know, really, you know, hats off to what you do here, mate. Honestly, it's really good.
You know, I know exactly how you feel. I mean, I had 2 dogs, which I had to give up last year because I had the strokes.
Yeah, well, I remember you doing your short appearances on other people's channels, but you weren't really doing your own at the time because obviously you was on the mend. But yeah, I remember.
Obviously, you know, they were my best friends. The black and white one, Daisy, she was the first dog I got. She helped me to start going out again. I realised one day that I hadn't left the bedsit I was in at the time for nearly 6 months. I was getting everything delivered, just wasn't going out at all. Saw no daylight. Blinds were pulled all the time. And I woke up one morning and I realised to myself, I've not had a breath of fresh air in about 6 months, and I needed a reason, and you know, to go out. And so I got the dog, and she helped me through some incredibly bad times.
Yeah, it's really crazy you should say that. That's exactly what I was talking to someone today about it through. I mean, I don't have Facebook anymore. I deactivated my account, but I have Messenger still. I was talking to a friend, and I said that to them. I said, like, it was very similar to myself. I was quite like just on my own. I was always, I mean, like I say, I used to do YouTube videos. I don't anymore. It got banned, so I just stopped. But I used to do that, and I was very isolated. And I got Willow, and like you say, it motivates you to go out. And I found that I took a lot better care of myself because I was, you know, conscious having to take care of the dog. So no, it's a very valid point. They do a lot for you to pets that you don't actually realise until that, you know, absence is there. But
exactly.
No, but like I say, I won't jangle up with the line all night because I could probably talk to you for ages because I assume we've probably got quite a bit in common based on your political stance and the fact that I've watched your videos for over, you know, a bit of time. But
listen, you're always welcome to call in. You're always welcome to call in, my friend. If you,
I appreciate it, mate.
If you want to talk about anything at all, then the lines are open. You're welcome to call.
No, well, nice one. Appreciate it. And no, keep doing what you're doing. It's a really nice thing you do here. You give people a chance to actually speak and just voice how they feel, really. It's really good. So, no, respect to you, mate, honestly.
It.
Thank you a lot. No, take care, mate. See you in a bit.
Andrew, take it easy.
All right, bye.
Bye now. Mr. Simon Sideways. Oh, sorry. Lord Reverend, or Reverend Lord, where are you? Reverend Lord Simon Sideways. Welcome to Lord Pap's live stream. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hello, who's that?
You know me as Dave, Bongo Slide.
Oh, how you doing, Bongo?
Yeah, we used to talk earlier when you first started up. Yeah, listen, a couple of positive things for all the people struggling out there. If you've got any law issues or any mental health issues, if you go to any major park in any of the towns, cities, there'll always be a group gathered there. They're called standing. There's 1 million people standing at the moment in Britain, more than 1 million. You go up to them, introduce yourself, and if you've got a problem with law, police, or mental health problems, they are studies of law. They can help you out. They can really tell you and explain what's going on.
Okay, that's nice to know. I think obviously some people, again, great idea. We have to understand that there's a lot of people out there that are with their mental health issues find it difficult to approach new people. And to engage in a conversation. Although I get the idea, and I think it's a great idea, there's an awful lot of people out there that would never go because their mental health wouldn't allow them to.
Oh, well, what happens there, you see, is you'll see a gathering and you just go and sit down and listen to talk to them, and someone will probably come over and say, are you interested in this? Because it's all the people who are, they either no law or they're disgruntled or something's wrong, they don't work out. But these million people standing now, for instance, a lot of them are members of the common law course. So someone will come along and for free, everyone does this for free. They'll show you how to write letters out, they'll show you how to do these things. And you'll always probably find now there'll be a common law constable. Now, that's not like the police. They're not at all like the police at all.
Yeah.
But they're growing in numbers, and the power that they've got, they've now been, I'd love to tell you what's going on, but they've now actually built prisons and courts, common law courts, ready to start taking on MPs and these police who abuse the powers. There's so much going on there that actually the world doesn't really know, because like you know yourself, the media won't tell you what's going on.
Yeah, of course. I was going to say something then. I like the idea, as you say. So, you know, if somebody's standing there watching from a distance, which is what, you know, quite a few people probably would, that they're welcoming enough to go and speak to that person and say to them, "Look, are you interested?" and then try and welcome them into the group. Which I think, as I say, is a great idea. It won't be long, however, before they're called far-right extremists.
Oh, no, they already have. We hold meetings in Chester, and a couple of weeks ago, a lot of common law constables went to Chester courts to watch to watch someone who'd been beaten up, and the police just wouldn't let them in. And there's things about that. There's things we're going to be doing about that. But when they were all going out through Chester, the police come from everywhere to arrest them, just to harass them. So they've been going to court, and the judges have been running out. None of them been prosecuted because they know that much about law. But it's the judges are getting, and the police are getting wind of it. And the police actually turned up to one of the nightly meetings because they've been given this image that they're all violent thugs, and they were really blown away at all the walks of life and all the peaceful people there. Because they've been told by their bosses that all these secret groups are all violent rather than well-educated or self-educated people.
Yeah. No, of course, you know, if they told the truth, then they'd have nothing to. They wouldn't be able to send anyone to see what's going on. So of course they've got to lie about it.
Exactly, and what's happening now? The police are, every time they arrest these people, they never lose in court. These people, they may not win because the judge will walk out, but they don't get a criminal record. They don't pay any fines. They don't pay anything because they know it so well and they know the game so well. It's getting out there now. And what we're doing now is we're setting up Birkenhead magistrates and Chester court and then Liverpool court to shut them all down, because everyone in there, there's a thing, if you all want to look it up, it's called a propriety estoppel. What that means is, because they're trying to use COVID to stop people going into watch. Now, under their own law, justice is meant to be seen to be done. If you're not allowed in the court, then you're not seeing justice to be done.
Yeah.
So if you issue a propriety estoppel, it means that building, that public building, has to go back to the original contract, because you can't actually change contract between you, the public, and that building. And if they don't adhere to that, then everyone who works in there will be shut down. So judges and barristers and everything, they'll all be out of a job. And they really don't think we know the law, you see. So they're running on ego. But they can smell the change. They're starting to feel that the public are waking up to their game.
Yeah. Look, just a quick question for you. What dog have you got?
So that's the mother bulldog, and the puppy bulldog's lying on my lap.
I knew it was a dog, but I would have been very embarrassed if you'd turned around and said it was a baby.
It would have been worse if I'd said it was my wife. No, the bulldogs, they basically own the house. They have 9 sleeping positions. Basically, 2 leather settees are taken up by them.
Oh, lucky.
I'm not in charge of this house at all.
my dog snoring when I had the dogs became part of my live streams. If there wasn't snoring, people would be asking why can't they hear the dog snoring.
Oh yeah, I used to watch it. It was quite funny. You know, they'd be the gap filler between things happening. I know it was very funny. But like I said, the overall thing is either look up common law course, which is like a green oval shape, register with them. It's free. And get all sorts of benefits, but people in your area can come out to you and talk to you and help you out. If you've got like bailiffs and people like that, if you've got people harassing you, they know so much they can help you out. And the idea is they could phone other constables to come along and have a mass of people outside your home to stop bailiffs coming in. Because bailiffs, you don't realise 99% of the bailiffs that come to your home are committing fraud, but you don't know it, you see. But we do, and that's the difference.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate the information. I'm sure there's people in. I think I saw some comments there saying thank you to the caller. So it's definitely something that I know people that watch this channel would be interested in. I myself, I don't necessarily deal with the common law side of things, and the reason for that is because there are other people out there that deal with it far better than me. Plus, personally, I think that we also need to fight them using the tools they use to fight us. Which is why I cover like the legislation side of things where I can, rather than the common law side. Although I have spoken about it briefly in the past.
Oh no, I teach the statutes, but I also help the common law. I go around doing speeches on the statutes, the 6 rules of the sea. If you remember, it was when you first began, I was telling you about harm, injury and loss and stuff. But everyone likes to hear the word common law because it's regrowing again. Yeah. But you can win in their own statutes. We win with their own statutes. We go in their courts and we either take jurisdiction or we win in argument using their statutes. Because what people don't realise is the definition of a statute act is given the force of law. What that means is there's no law unless you agree to it. If you contract, consent or joinder. Remember me telling you about understand and stand under?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that law is kind of backwards. So when they arresting you and say, do you understand? They're asking, will you stand under me? And you think it means comprehension. You've agreed to be arrested. They're asking permission to arrest you. This is how ironic it is. So, we do deal in statutes, but common law is the growing force that's going to actually put people in prison.
Well, hopefully, I mean, it is the law of the land. Hopefully, hopefully we can, as time goes on, bring it back to how it used to be. No harm, loss or damage. Everything else we know is an extension of that, but then when there doesn't need to be,
law is simple, isn't it? Law is land, water. And that, before anyone makes a ruling or a guidance, and COVID-19 is, and all capitals, Roman dog Latin. Right? It's not even English, so it can't be English law. It's impossible for it to actually be law. Yeah. That's why it goes on the statute roll, on the statute act. And all the solicitors and lawyers, they don't know this stuff. They haven't been trained this simple concept.
Yeah. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I was just some comments sometimes grab my attention while I'm listening, so I apologise. But no, you're absolutely right, and I do agree. As I say, I myself tend to let other people that know, that study that area deal with that kind of stuff, and I will touch on it occasionally. But it is interesting. I am interested by it, and I do look at videos on it from time to time. And again, anything that can help members of the community on this channel is always a bonus.
Right. I'll get off then. I'll leave you to. You've got my number there, and you call me anytime, Dan.
No worries.
I live and breathe study, and I go around all these different groups, and I tell them what I know, and I show them. I want classes in enabler. People get to see the truth. There's something simple for a couple of crumbs. If I can leave you with this, if it's okay, Dan.
Yeah, go for it.
Right. Go to the beginning of your road and look at your road and ask yourself why you've never ever realised that the name of your road is written in all capitals. That's not English grammar. You were never trained in school to write any word whatsoever in all capitals. That's called dog Latin. everything registered as a government is registered in maritime advocacy. Your number plate in your car, your driving licence, your bank card, everything you're holding in all capitals is what's called your person. That I'll leave you with that. Just ask them all, and you'll see it everywhere. All these all capitals, bad grammar everywhere.
No worries. I will keep an eye out for sure.
Right, Dan. Nice to talk to you again. Nice to see you back. Bye bye.
Thank you. Take care. It's just I know there's people in the comments that that are interested in the common law side of things. So maybe it's worth going and checking that out yourselves. Again, I personally, I'll try and deal with the tools that they use against us to fight back with. Which I think is as important. But I do occasionally touch on the common law side of things, and we obviously sometimes get people on the phone-ins talking about that kind of thing, which is great bit of information for people. Just looking through the comments, sorry. Right. Okay, so give us a ring, 0151 528 9590. It's a local rate call. Should be free in your inclusive minutes if you're calling on a mobile or on a landline. So if you want to phone up, share a story, if you want to whistle blow, if you want to talk crap, or if you want to call me names, go for it. Knock yourselves out. Bring it on. I'm ready. And I'm waiting. You got Pringles, Molly? You bitch. I was going to go up the shop earlier. Joe, I woke up this morning. I was up for a couple of hours. I wrote I wrote 7 reports for tomorrow. So I've got my script for 7 reports for tomorrow. And then I went in the bedroom to give the cat a cuddle on the bed, and I fell asleep, and I woke up in bed this evening. No comment. How you doing? What happened? What do you mean? What happened, my friend? What's up, Mr. Smith? Umbrella Grape. Hello there. I didn't see you come into the room, so you're sneaking in there, sliding into the shadows. If anything, it proves once we come together, we have all the power. You're right. You're absolutely right. But unfortunately, not enough people are willing to come together. More people are opening their eyes to what's going on and seeing a bigger picture, but it's not enough yet to make a proper change. But as time goes on, hopefully it's not left too late before enough people open their eyes. You've been in and out all night. You've been shaking it all about as well. John Smith, I'm fine, thank you very much. I hope you are. Bearded veteran, now, come on. That's it's funny, but it's uncalled for. Ian McGee, how you doing? Lines are free, guys. If you want to give us a ring, anybody? 01515289590, I think. Oh, here we go. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Dan?
I'm not so bad. Who's this?
My name is Ken. I live in York.
How are you, Ken from York?
I'm surviving. I just got over a bad memory day yesterday, the 11th in actual fact. 37 years since I was exited from the British Army. Questionable discharge according to the Royal British Legion in SAFA. Since then, came to settle in York after Greg Clyde followed us. Was married for 25 years. They got to the Great Clyde. I held back. They were handing me psychotropic drugs, the Cambidine, whatever it was. I caught them with their pants down. I'm a forensic auditor by trade, trained by the British Army. I didn't enlist the British Army to defend the indefensible. And the one thing is I am campaigning for is Declan's Law. I had a son who was found hanged by the neck on Tuesday, the 6th of June, 1995, York. Now, there's a connection with the Baby P case and the case of that child that was killed over in Keighley several weeks ago, and York and North Yorkshire. I can give you names. I can give you names of politicians who are no longer with us, who led the most disgusting lives, putting themselves up as public servants, whilst they were up to all sorts of nonsense, including class A's and prostitution and child abuse.
Wow. Yeah, well, first of all, did I hear you right when you said that it was your son?
Indeed. Yeah, Declan. Well,
let me say first of all, I'm very sorry to hear that. I know it was a while ago, but still, it must be raw.
Well, it's as fresh as ever. It's as fresh as ever. Thankfully, my 8 surviving children are in touch with me, if not directly, through the network of brothers and sisters working together, with differences of opinion that erupted since the marriage breakup in 1992. Now, the weird thing is, I was actually married in London on the 1st of September. I was divorced on the 1st of September 1995. The papers issued to the initial divorce papers that go out 6 months prior to the final were actually issued on the same date by the same court on the morning my son was found hanged.
Wow.
I have a lot to say. But most certainly, my son Kevin, in actual fact, has been making films. He's a documentary maker in York, working with various youth groups. Recently put together a film on the travellers in the vicinity. He's working with. If you have a look up at Inspired Youth York, you'll find some interesting bits and pieces to try and give hope to the children today. Problem we've got is the education, and the nonsense we're hearing from people who have taken the oath of office to defend the faith, to defend their realm, and they are spitting out vile nonsense, whilst the fear of going to war with the Russians is somehow going to distract us from stopping child abuse in the United Kingdom.
I know, it's sickening, and all it's what you find. Every time there's something going on the news, we need to be looking at what they're trying to cover up rather than what they're reporting on. Do I detect a hint of accent?
Oh, indeed, I've been practicing all my life, and I'm still practicing until I die. I will continue, if you don't mind. I'm originally from Belfast, funny enough.
Yeah, that's why I can hear the Irish. I can hear the Irish accent coming through slightly. So that's what I was referring to.
But when I was a chief paid clerk in Germany several years ago, I used to have a telephone accent, very proper and. Anyway,
don't we all? We never talk like normal when we're on the phone.
Well, I don't know why. The very fact that we can talk about these issues and bring to light into other people's realities that there are families who are suffering because of heinous man-made rules and regulations, and definitely there are questions to be raised about the pharmaceuticals, which equates to sorcery and giving us all sorts of nonsense that do damage to our body and mind. mind.
Yeah.
And not a bit of wonder our children are suffering. Because I have to say, I'm a little bit peeved with the vast increase in the emphasis on multicultural diversities.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it does my head in a bit. You know, we know who we are. Put the pantomime back in the theatre, you know.
Again, as I said earlier, I don't know if he was on earlier, I think it's an attempt to continually break us down into smaller groups who are constantly bickering with each other in order to take our attention off of real problems.
Well, look,
I
I
think
think
that's
the main
what that
problem, Save Our Children, I think, is a campaign that has to be at the heart of the whole thing, because if we can't look after our little ones, how in God's name are you going to be able to look after bigger things, I would suggest. And the problem is it's the education. I mean, close down bloody Eton. Why do you have this upper, middle and lower class? Now they're trying to cut it down to two classes, them and us. There's always been them and us, and these people who take the rules and regulations, they take an oath of allegiance, they take an oath of office, and then they pay lip service to the truth and expect us to pay for their ill-gotten ways.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I'd give you a ring because most certainly I was saddened to learn that Alex Belfield has been deplatformed for a while. I was very, very appreciative that I managed to get through to him last year, 2nd of June. If it was still up, it's well worth listening to the first 10 minutes of the Alex Belfield show, Wednesday, 2nd of June, last year, 2021.
Right.
For 10 minutes, I was able to give straight information about what I've been dealing with and trying to find resolve to the problems in order to facilitate my children's better quality of life and their children and their children, because I've got 8 great-grandchildren. It's sad that my ex-wife now passed over, but she was about to hit York and North York Council with papers related to corporate manslaughter in regards to our son Declan. And my son Kevin, working alongside his sister Kira, who's got a Little Heartbeats is her charity, looking at research into why some women lose children, be it prematurely or stillborn. And they put together a petition for Declan's Law. I don't have all the information with me, but if you do a bit of research into Declan's Law and through Inspired Youth or Little Heartbeats, you'll find a connection. I have papers that will put these people behind bars ad infinitum. I've had special branch to my door over the years because of my background.
Right.
I'm originally from the Ardoyne in Belfast, a nationalist area. I enlisted the British Army, and I couldn't go back without clearance whilst I was serving, on 2 occasions only, and it was with the family weddings. Now, I actually went to school with Jerry Adams.
Did you really?
That's the sort of people I grew up with. And I've come over here, and my family has been torn apart because of the breach of contract at the part of MOD and the Northern Ireland office. And I've got Secretary of State correspondence dated 2000 to confirm that I'm a hot potato.
Right.
I've had several death threats. I've had a special branch to my door, and I'm wondering, when is Mother England going to wake up and do what's right by their own children?
Well, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Indeed.
But I've got to say, I'm 100% with you with regards to your comment on if we can't look after our children, then how can we deal with the other stuff? You know, there is that they are our future. I mean, I've already written off the last generation, so the generation after me, I've already written that off. They've been indoctrinated, most of them far too much, to make any kind of change, you know, teach your dog new tricks sort of thing. But the generation after that, the newest generation, and what the generations to come, we still have time to bring some normality back to not just this country but to this world. But we've got to work hard in order to do it. We've got to stop thinking of ourselves and what's going to benefit us at this particular time, we could turn around and go, yeah, but I want freedom, I want this, I want that. It's not about us. It's about what we leave behind for our children and our grandchildren, and that's what's most important.
Well, if perhaps for the non-believers to keep their fingers crossed, for those who believe to say a prayer, I have received an invite from the North Yorkshire Police Fire and Crime Commissioner's office last year. And funny enough, it was 2 days after I'd phoned Ellie Spellfield's phone-in show, and then since then the then commissioner had to stand down because he had made a comment about women and the death of that girl from York, young Sarah Everard. Yes. Anyway, the new commissioner has written to me, basically inviting me to phone up and write in to make an appointment to sit and discuss the issues surrounding my son's death and other matters. So hopefully I can get some progress before the end of this month. And I'm so pleased to be able to tune in to you this evening. Lots of interference with my communications, lots of interference with a lot of people's telephone calls, etc. Yeah. But it just indicates to me that Big Brother, with or without AI, is running scared, and they need to wake up ASAP. You never know what's around the corner. If you're doing the best you can at that moment in time, who can fault you?
Yeah, just a quick one. What was I going to say then? I was going to say something. Oh yeah, that's it. Is this the first time I've seen the channel, or have you watched the channel before?
No, I've been watching you on and off for the last several months, and I'm pleased to see you've made some recovery with your health-wise. Okay. I mean, I'm dealing with the other issues. I've got two sisters in Belfast. One has been diagnosed with kidney problems, and the other one diagnosed with cancer, and only several weeks, maybe months to live.
I'm sorry to hear
no,
that.
it's all right. So life has its vicissitudes. It's a case of levelling out, not levelling up, but levelling down. It's about time these people from the high-rise ivory towers learn to drink the veil. That means close their mouths, because many a man's nose has been broken by his mouth.
Yeah. Very true.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to give you some of my story, and hopefully others out there will pick up the baton for the children close to them as well.
I hope they do.
Child counts.
They do indeed, absolutely, and I thank you for calling in, first time caller. So I thank you for watching the channel, and I thank you for calling in.
God bless you. Keep it going, Dan. Have a good day.
And you, take care now.
Good night, God bless.
Bye. Sorry, I'm just having a look at some of these comments, just trying to see if there's anything in there that I need to be aware of. It doesn't look like it. Oh, what do I think? It was said if you have the 2 vaccines, you will get AIDS. What do you think, Pap? I don't know enough about it to make a particular comment on that. I believe, from what I've read, from what I've been told, that the jibby jabby has something in it that is related to AIDS. I believe, again, not medical information, just from what I've been told, what I've or read. But again, I know nothing really about it in depth enough to make any kind of comment on that. God, I sound like a police tonight at a press conference. Sorry. Focus has gone again. It should come back. I'm looking on the OBS and it seems okay. but there is a big delay. Hi, Brian. How you doing? Nice to see you on Brian's live stream last night as well. Alex Jones, again, I don't really know much about him, to be honest. It sounds like I don't know much about anything, doesn't it? I genuinely don't have the time to. I mean, I know who you're talking about. I think the guy who does. He's got his own channel on YouTube, big channel. I can't remember what it's called now. But I think I know exactly who you're talking about. But again, I don't know anything about him other than what I've seen. Infowars, that's it. Other than what I've seen on on his channel, and I have watched a few of his videos, but I know nothing about him. So it would be wrong of me to make any sort of assumptions on that. I do know that some of his videos that I've watched have been genuinely interesting. But again, him himself, I don't know enough about to make a comment on that. Remember, this channel is mainly about like the public officials, police, etc., and the abuse that we receive from them, which is where 90% or 95% of my concentration is always sort of targeting. But again, I don't want to make a comment on something I don't know anything about. It would be wrong of me, which I've always said. If I don't know about something, I'll be honest and I'll say. Oh, got a sudden jump of viewers. Hello, new viewers. Welcome. Right. So what should we talk about, or does anybody else want to call in? 01515289590. Calls are local rate, so it should be included in your minutes package on your mobile phone. It shouldn't cost any more than a local call on a landline. Or you can Skype me by searching for Dan Pap and looking for that symbol, not spinning, but that logo, or I don't know if you can see it, the the subscribe one over here. That's the logo that I've got on my account there. So feel free to get in touch. Tina, yes, if you're listening to me still, I've just seen your message on Skype, and yes, you most certainly can. Danielle McMaster, your first jab was 6 months ago. Here's a question, Danielle. Have you had any since? And it's not about calling you out or knocking you or anything like that. Are you all up to date, or did you decide at some point not to have any more? I seem to have a hell of a delay. I'm still looking into that 1984 TV. I've seen some of the changes that they want to make to the human rights bill, etc. But again, it's something that I'm looking into at the moment. I want to be careful what I say because as yet nothing's been finalised as far as I'm aware. But it is frightening to think that that they're even considering changing the human rights law legislation. Maybe call the Rev. Maybe Rev should call me. I'll fucking call him all the time on his live streams, but does he call me? No. It's just a one-way fucking relationship with that bloke. I've spoken about quite a few coppers that have broke lockdown laws, bearded veteran. I'm not sure which one that is. I may have spoken about him. I may not. I didn't, Danielle. Let me go back. Oh, I'm going to see. You had an AstraZeneca. Sorry, I did miss it. Didn't get the second. And since you have had swollen feet and painful legs, went to the doctors. They said it could be a coincidence. Well, of course, it could be a coincidence. It could also be not a coincidence. You know, when you're listening to wordings that people use, you need to... or rather you need to listen to the words that people use. So when somebody says it could be a coincidence, but don't tell you what else it could be, you know, that's what you need to think about as well. Did you not have the last cause of the swelling?
Oh, here it goes. Oh.
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
Hello, who's this?
Rev.
Hello. Oh, hello, Rev. You're right. Sorry, I didn't recognise your voice there.
Well, I was thinking nobody's calling. I thought I'd better give you a hand.
How's things, my friend?
Well, I've been down the pub, mate, so I don't expect a great deal.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Been on the ale.
Well, a little bit, yeah. So anyway, how's things with you? What have you been up to, and have you got your kit back yet?
No, I haven't got my kit back yet. I was meant to go down the other day. All arranged. And on the day, 45 minutes before my train left, I got a phone call from my brief saying that the police are in touch with them to say that they don't want me down there that day and they're extending it until the 29th of March. So
that seems more than reasonable. By the way, I've got hissing in the background. Is that your own or mine?
I can hear it.
Have you got something else you can sign in with other than this?
I did have. I was doing a live stream the other night, which I was doing on what's it called, StreamYard, but I haven't worked out how to do StreamYard and run the calls from Skype through. So
is that to mute it for now, just so that it don't interfere with?
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, I've got other people coming through as well. What I would do, if I was you, is if you go to StreamYard, literally just take a mobile phone and put it through a desk, and that way they can call in and you can carry on and whatever.
Well,
But,
I've not got the I've not got the road kit that you've got in order to run the phone through it.
No, you don't need a road kit. I did it through a Scarlett. Have you heard of one of them?
No.
Right, okay, all you do is you put the headphones or the port out of the phone into the back of this thing, and it's literally, you remember the old days when you used to have a guitar and that thing in between and the amp?
Right.
That thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then you can turn them up and turn them down or turn them off, whatever. So, but it's one call at a time. The only reason I use what I do is because I'm taking in other stuff, you know.
Yes, of course. Oh, I'll have to have a look into that then. But no, I haven't got a way of doing that just at the moment. I spent a while today trying to figure it out. There are some tutorials on how I need to be doing it in order to run Skype through OBS in order to go on to StreamYard. But yeah, I'm a bit too stupid.
No worries. So 3.5 hours. You must be bloody knackered.
Oh, I've done longer than this.
Have you heard about Kringle? Apparently, he likes you as much as he likes me.
Did you not hear? I had to call him out the other night.
No. Go on.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, we have somebody in the community, one woman vigilante, and like many people, she's suffering at the moment. I won't go into detail because I don't want to, say anything that's going to upset her or cause her embarrassment. But she's what I would class as vulnerable. Okay, right. and she makes it quite clear that she's vulnerable at the moment. Well, Crinkle was on her live stream last week, basically trying to chat her up while she's in a vulnerable state. To the point where she said, that she had to block him. So it must have been, must have got to a point of quite serious nature for her to turn around and block him. Now, I'd been told by other people that he was doing it as well. So he came onto the live stream the other day and I went on and spoke about, the stuff he normally goes on about, the COVID stuff and whatnot. But it got to the point where I had to stop what was being spoke about and say to him, look, what's going on? Why are you trying to hit on a vulnerable woman? So, and I am going to give him his right to reply, by the way. So whatever I say next, I'm going to give him his right to reply. I said to him, look, he said, basically, it's her fault for being vulnerable and putting herself out on the internet, which is why he was trying to chat her up. So I said to him, what about if a 15-year-old girl went into a nightclub and managed to get into a nightclub and got attacked? What, is it her fault? And he said, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about a guy that doesn't have the same outlook on life as we do. We're also talking about a guy who also has the morals of a skunk. And also, I don't mind admitting, the guy's not wired up right. No. But he's gonna use you to gain subs.
I think he might have lost a few after his reply to me on the live stream on the other night. But yeah, I will be giving him his right to reply because I had to cut him off because he was, what he's like, he tries to shout over you. So I had to cut him off after I called him out, and I'm gonna give him a right to reply, just me and him on a pre-recorded conversation if he wants to.
He won't like that because then he hasn't got the right to shout over. I'd like to meet him for a pint. Actually, I'd love to meet him for a pint. Right. I think that me and him on our own, with nobody else around, could probably see eye to eye a lot closer after I explain myself to him.
Yeah, well, it's easy for people online to argue against others because if it gets to a point where it gets too much, they can simply log off and fuck off. Whereas when you're face to face, it's far harder to do that, and you're almost forced to come to what's the word?
Let's be honest. If Crinkle was in the same room as Base Welshman, there would be a different chat. Yeah. It would be different, right? I know Base, and I know what I think of Crinkle. I just don't. I'd be like holding on to Base like this. But you can't see me, but I would be holding on to him by his waist. Yeah. Yeah. So no, he's an entertainment, by the way. The people that we have watchers want to hear this bloke make an idiot of himself, and it's a part I can't understand because I don't like to see people fall apart, but in the same breath, he's not entirely falling apart. He's a piece of shit. Anyway, there we are.
Yeah. Well, I will be. I'll be cutting the live stream that I had the other day. I'll be editing that. I've downloaded it already onto my computer. I'm going to be not editing it like to make it sound or look like something happened that didn't, or vice versa. I'm not editing it like the BBC News, but just edit it down to cut out some sections. So I'll probably stick that one in the in your group for you to have a look at and see what type of conversation we had. He got a fair bit of backlash from it, to be fair. But as I say, I'm going to give him his right to reply to me on a one-to-one basis, pre-recorded, and that way, if anybody doesn't want to watch it, they don't have to. Whereas on a live stream, people are watching and they've got to.
I will say something. If you're interested in doing it, because you're very reasonable and you'll take the middle ground and you'll listen to both sides.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like people are nationalists, left, right, whatever you want to call it. They want to debate and they want somebody to be a judge. You should do that.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't mind doing it. If you know
I've
anyone
been
that
asked
needs a
to
judge.
in the old days. Yeah, I've got a few at the moment, but yeah, they asked me. I used to do it, but it's a fucking nightmare, mate. But if you're up for the sportsmanship of it all, whereas I just can't be bothered with it. I'm like, oh, shut up, all of you. Right. If you want to, then you could put out a police abusing powers debate channel. So if he gets a strike, then no, I'm done. But I mean, you would go in there with being honest and say, this is a freedom of speech channel, and if something goes wrong, it wasn't my intention. I'm all about being fair and all the rest of it. Yeah. I just think that maybe somebody like yourself who could sit there for quite a while and go, oh, I'm listening to you, and then I'd go, no, maybe you're wrong.
I can't do it. It's not such a bad idea, actually, to be fair.
Well, there are all of them out there that want somebody to be reasonable. So I think that's a good idea. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to get on and do more calls. I just thought I'd bring up and yeah, there was nobody. Time I thought I'd do it. And now my phone's not there. Excellent. Wonderful. Brilliant. If you could put the phone down on me, because I can't even get the fucking thing to work now.
No worries, I can do that.
No worries.
It was nice for you to call in anyway. Nice to speak to you.
And you, take it steady, all right?
I'll probably see you on your next live stream.
All right, no worries. See you in a bit, mate.
Shut up, mate. Shut up. So that was Reverend Lord Simon Sideways that just called in there. Lovely bloke. Don't tell him I said that. But it's not such a bad idea, actually, doing some kind of a debate channel and just get anybody that wants to debate about anything. Two people want to debate, arrange it between yourselves, come to me, and I'll moderate the debate. I think that's quite a good idea. Yeah, I know Rev's moving over to Rumble. I don't have Rumble. I need to look into that, but I'm sure you have to pay for Rumble. I'm not entirely sure. Odyssey, I'm on. I don't really know whether that does live streams or whether you need specific amount of subscribers, etc. So I would need to look into that. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Hello, caller. Caller, number ending in 022. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Who's this? John?
I'm just going to say, I'm just calling about, because you're doing stuff on depression.
Yes.
And I lost my partner 2 years ago.
Okay, sorry to hear that.
33 years we were together,
Wow.
and it's destroyed me.
I can imagine.
And I really don't know how long it's been going on, you know. I just want to say, are you there?
I am, yes, I'm here.
I just heard Simon. I think he's a great guy. He is amazing, and you're a good guy as well.
Thank you.
And there's certain people I follow on YouTube. I don't know if you like him or not. Alex Belfield.
I do see some of his stuff. I'm not 100% sold on him, to be quite honest. I'm not going to knock the guy, for the content he puts out or anything like that. But I'm not 100% sold on him myself. But I've got nothing against him personally.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just really like him, and I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I find him really funny, And now he's been banned. I mean, I can't stand the mainstream TV.
Yeah.
I find it so bloody depressing. And I can't bear to watch it, although, the way the world is now is just crazy, and football, and there's just no TV at all now. And, my life sort of, I still work, I've never really had a day off in my life,
Right.
And I don't know why I work. It doesn't really get me anywhere, and
not these days, unfortunately. No. Keeps our minds occupied, but that's about it these days.
Yeah, exactly. And your channel, I'll tell you what, I really, really like it. I just like hearing people talking. I don't like music anymore. I don't like I say, I don't like TV. I don't laugh anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I've been there. I've been exactly there. I haven't lost anybody, which would be absolutely soul destroying. But I have been in a situation where I haven't laughed and where nothing is enjoyable anymore. And it's a frightening place to be, especially when you're on your own.
I just feel so lonely, and I still sort of just go on and carry on like everything's normal, but it's not normal, don't you? Deep down.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to someone earlier who said they were feeling, not so good, not quite themselves. And something that I said to her is that what you have to acknowledge when you're not feeling so good, rather than keep trying to push through it. You need to take time to acknowledge the feelings that you've got. And I'm not trying to be a psychiatrist to you, okay? I'm just telling you from my own experience.
Yeah.
You need to try and acknowledge when you are feeling bad, because if you don't and you keep trying to cover it up, that it builds up inside you and it gets a lot worse. So we need to now and again try and acknowledge the fact that we're feeling bad, and to try, and I say try and deal with what's making you feel that way at the time, if you can. And one of the ways of doing that, and one of the reasons why I do these phone-ins and allow people to call in, and speak about their mental health, is because I've been there myself. And it can sometimes be easier to hide behind your computer, okay, which normally I'd say to people, oh, you're hiding behind your computer, you're a troll. And it's easy to say things, without consequence. But it's, on the flip side, it's easier for people to talk to somebody knowing that they're anonymous.
Yeah, exactly.
And they can sort of get things off their chest, and we're here, or I'm here. Some of the people in the comments are certainly here as well to try and help people if we can, even if it just means sitting and listening.
Yeah, exactly.
But everybody needs somebody to talk to at some point, and especially if we are taking that time to try and evaluate what's making us feel bad at the time and try and find a way of overcoming it. But I'm not, absolutely not knocking what you've been through at all, by the way. It must be.
Oh, it's devastating, mate. I mean,
it must be.
I come from a big family, and I've got 5 brothers and 4 sisters, and
okay,
we don't see each other anymore. I mean, my brother's in hospital. I saw him tonight, actually, and he's got a blood clot in his heart, and he's like the only one I speak to now, and we all fell out over money. My sisters, we had to take to the High Court, and they were nicking money off my mum. They're like millionaires, they're millionaires, and I could tell you some right stories, you wouldn't believe it. And my brother, he took my mum's house. They were nicking mum's, like, these pension cards you get.
Yes.
She was in hospital, and they were nicking her. They took her card, and we won anyway. We won in the High Court. It cost 60 grand, yeah.
Wow.
And my brother's like a barrister and an accountant as well. He's like a multi-millionaire, and it's so weird, isn't it? When people have got money, they just want more, don't they?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I absolutely agree with you there. Do you know what? Families can be far worse when you fall out than falling out with anybody else. I've had fallings out with my family in the past, and every time somebody's told me that they've had a falling out with their family, it's always been far worse than if you'd fallen out with a member of the public or somebody you work with. The bitchiness as well.
Oh,
that comes with it can be really hurtful. More so from family members.
Yeah, definitely. So my life's sort of fallen apart as the years have gone on, and the world I see now, I just don't recognise it. It's like, I can tell you, I mean, you're a bit younger than me, but the world today is not the world I grew up in. It's just like the 1990s were like the best time of my life, and the 80s. I mean, I always say to like kids, I said, you know what? I say, I'm old enough to remember the times when there were no mobile phones and people just went out, they had a laugh.
Yeah, me too. I'm old enough to remember that as well.
You remember that? And they talked to their mates. You had a laugh. You could chat up a girl. You can't do anything nowadays. And how do young lads go out and chat up girls? I mean, how the hell do they do it? Honestly.
It's mainly done online now, isn't it? We're losing the whole perspective of interactions with people and everything that goes with it. The interacting with people online. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is why I do the phone calls and stuff. I'm interacting with people real time and with real situations. But when you're chatting to people in messages, many of the times, lots of people are not actually being themselves.
No,
and they'll write a message and they'll go, oh, actually, I won't say that. I'll delete that a bit, blah, blah, blah. But when you're face to face with somebody and you're having an interaction and a conversation, you get there's so much more to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Than just words, you put feelings into it and everything else. There's just so much more that we're losing, rather than gaining. Even though we have advancements in technology, etc., which is supposed to make life better, but it's actually making life a lot worse.
It is. We're just so divided. I think I had someone call in earlier. Like they're just trying to divide us on the TV. They're just trying to, I don't know, kill us off or something. I don't know. And I find your channel is so sort of therapeutic. And Paz, Army ex-Army.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
I find him so funny. He's so fun. And you guys are so brave, putting yourself out there. And you give people like me sort of hope. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. It's good to hear.
I've been listening to you guys talking all night. I just find it sort of, I used to like I say, I used to like listening to music. I like watching comedy, you know, and on the TV, and that doesn't interest me anymore. All I want to listen to is like guys like you talking. It's just like, because I can't sleep, you know. It's like trying to keep the job down.
Yeah.
And all the rest of it. It's not easy, is it? Because we've all got bills to pay. Do you know what I'm saying? And
of course,
you know, I've had trouble with booze, and I started smoking, and I gave up smoking for like 15 odd years. You know, and
fair play.
it's the
I've
only
tried.
thing- yeah,
I've tried giving up smoking. I lasted about 20 minutes.
yeah. You know, you're just a normal guy. You know, that's what I see. You're just a down to earth bloke, likes a fag. You know, you like talking to people. You know, I like real people. I don't like these bullshitters and all this
Yeah.
fakery.
I'd never be like you see on the TV. I couldn't do that.
No.
It's fake. It's put on for the cameras.
It is.
You know, I can only be me. If I'm not me, I'm not being true to myself. Do you know what I mean? And people see through it. You know, if I all the time I've run this channel, if I was something other than I'm not, people would see through that and they'd go, "This guy's a fucking bullshitter." You know.
Yeah, you're just a normal bloke, and I can see, and I can be. I'm quite a good judge of character, you know. And two of my sisters were in show business, and they were in the Benny Hill show, and
right.
It was all so fake, you know, and it was interesting growing up. But
in the Benny Hill show, did you say?
Yeah.
It wasn't one of those women that was running away from him.
Yeah, she was one of those.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't think I'll mention her name. I don't know. I don't know if I can.
Oh, that's right. We'll leave her anonymous for now. It's fine.
But, I've not seen her since 2006.
Right. Okay. That's a long
It
time.
was actually this month. I believe it was actually this month, and then we just all fell apart, you know. And she's like a millionaire as well, you know. And the other reason I like your channel is my dad was he was a crime writer, you know, the old-fashioned type.
Oh, right.
And he worked for the News of the World. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
And do you know what happened? And he was quite famous in his day. My mum, I've been sort of journalism sort of in my family as well, you know.
Right.
And my dad was like today, you know, you're doxxed and all that, and they want you out. They try and hound you out your sort of your job, don't they?
Yes, I want to cancel you.
Right. Well, the Met Police, the head of the Met Police, I can't remember his name now. I was talking about it with my brother the other day, and they came down on my dad. They ruined his career, you know, and they went to my dad was like a sub-editor, you know.
Okay.
Paper down in Surrey, and they went to the newspaper and they said, "Right, if you don't get rid of your dad, we're going to sort you out your newspaper. You know, you better get rid of him." And he never recovered from that. Yeah.
Right.
And they sacked him. And then his health went downhill after that, and he died not long after. Yeah.
The amount of power these corporations have got, and I don't mean power because they've got money and status. I mean the power that they've got to ruin people's lives. Just by sacking them, just by getting rid of them, for example. You know, and it doesn't even take something that serious for them to have a massive effect on somebody's life.
No, exactly. And that was in the 70s, so it was a different sort of era. My dad used to sort of pay off bent coppers and all that just to get information. That's how it was done in those days. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And they didn't like that. And my dad used to go out drinking with coppers, and he hated them, all right? But he had to talk to them to get stories out of them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
and really, really interesting guy. And he actually had a fight with the coppers, pulled him over on, I think it was the M4. And he had a fight with 2 coppers on me. Yeah, and I mean, I don't actually, I just don't want to be around police. I don't want, I'm not bothered. I don't like them. I don't hate them really, but I find your channel so interesting, and like I say, Simon and all those other guys, that civil disobedience, he's so funny. I think
he is. He's. I'll explain that in a second. I will just say first of all, I know that I'm not exactly a comedian, and there are people out there that are just funny by nature. I think I've thought about throwing some jokes into stuff that I do and things like that, but I thought, you know what, that's just not me, and people would see through me. So when I might something might come into my head when I'm doing a report, and I'll say it, and that's a genuine on the spot comment, but to try and make myself funny, I'm just not a funny person. Funny looking, but I'm not a funny person. People like civil disobedience, who I spoke to on the phone today.
Oh right,
actually, he's okay. Yeah, he's going through a legal issue at the moment, and he's had to take his videos and stuff down. Now, he has told me some info on the phone today, which I'm not going to repeat. All I will say is that I know that nobody can keep Jamie down. So once this is all sorted out, Jamie will be back. I'd lay my life on it that he'll be back once this is all sorted out, and hopefully it'll be sorted out relatively soon. But he has taken his stuff down whilst he deals with this legal issue.
Oh right, yeah. I hope he sorts it out, and if he's listening, I hope you're all right, mate. We're all sort of fighting together, aren't we? We're all sort of. That's it. We're all like we know we're all out there, but we don't know who we are, if you know what I mean, don't we? Until guys like you go out there, you put yourself out there at risk, if you like, because some people who hold down a job, you've got to be careful these days, haven't you? It's like, you look at that, you watch in, you look at. It's like. It's not even a free country anymore, is it? It's like you can't do anything, can you?
Even just watching something can get you into trouble these days. So it is frightening. It's a frightening world we live in. I mean, there's pockets of us like Simon Sideways channel and his followers. Some of them are the same followers that I have here on this channel, and some of these guys aren't followers of his, but there are pockets of people around who still know how to be human beings and treat people with a modicum of respect. But I tend to think, and this is something I said to a woman the other day, I tend to think now that, maybe it's not us that there's a problem with.
No,
maybe we're the ones that are normal, but we're being told that we've got mental health issues. Yeah, maybe the lunatic, the asylum run by the lunatics, so to speak, and the people that used to run it and now we're asylum. So we're the ones. We're normal. We think normally. We think logically. We don't believe in making a fuss about who's black and who's white, about who's gay and who's straight. We're quite happy just to get on with life and accept people for who they are. We do have some views, for example, allowing hordes of people to come into the country unlawfully. That is breaking a law that needs to be with. Okay, if they all came in the normal way, then we've got no issue. We can't have an issue because they're not breaking the law to do it. But people that have that, we've got these ideas and this way of thinking, and apparently we're told that because we think everybody should be treated the same and we don't make a fuss about them being different, we're nuts. Whereas everybody that makes a big deal about somebody's colour or somebody's sexuality is normal. I don't think that's normal.
No, we just want to get on with our lives, don't we? And just do, if you work, and just be normal. And they're just trying to, every day on the TV, I just can't stand it. I can't stand football. Watching them take to the knee, it just makes me want to puke. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, mate. I know.
It's so fake, isn't it? You know, it's so false. And that's why I like Alex Belfield, because he did call it out, you know, and it's like, it doesn't mean anything. You know, when England played, do you remember the Euros?
Vaguely.
I've
got my mind's a bit. There's certain things from before the stroke that are very much faded. But
all I wanted to do was watch a game of football, and all you're told is, oh, it's racism this and racism and that. No, I just want to watch a game of football. I don't want to talk about race.
Yeah.
All I saw was a football team. I didn't see any colour in it, you know.
That's it.
If they were all black, it wouldn't matter to me. It's like...
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like, I just want to watch a game of football. I'm not interested in this crap that they keep poisoning our minds with, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally. But it's no matter what you're talking about these days, every discussion, somebody will bring a particular characteristic into it when there's no need to. You know, as I'm not sure whether he actually said it or not, but Morgan Freeman, there's a meme that Morgan Freeman says
I love
the best way to deal with racism is not to talk about it.
Yeah, I know.
And I understand, I get why we should talk about it, as in we need to educate people that we are all equal, we are all the same, we are all living on this earth together, and we all have to get on together, no matter what colour or nationality or whatever you are. But to use that as a tool in almost every discussion, and to bring it up and to highlight how right you are and how wrong somebody else is, that is where the problem is.
Exactly. I mean, I've worked since I was 12. You know, I started doing a paper round. I've done every job you can imagine. You know, and it's never got me any. You know, I was never like the sharpest knife in the box, if you like. But I was always honest. You know what I mean? I was always honest to myself and family, friends, whatever around me, and my brothers and sisters, who were all crooks, if you like. But the whole world believed them, and not me and my two other brothers, yeah?
Yeah.
And because we got this court victory, we were, I mean, you wouldn't believe how much that hurt them. Can you imagine it? You know, you're a multi-millionaire and you're called a defendant in court. It doesn't look good, does it?
No.
And we were like, you know, it was a brilliant victory, and it was almost like one for the normal, the working class guy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to respond to a comment very quickly. Itch that Mitch says you disagree and that we're not all the same, but we can't agree on absolutely everything. When I say we're all the same, what I mean by that is we are all on this planet for the same reason, to live our lives. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And there should be no discrimination really of any kind. There's no need for discrimination. The only reason discrimination exists is because somebody has pointed out a difference between somebody else, and that's racist.
Yeah.
To point out somebody else's difference is being racist. So discrimination is a construct of you know, not non-discrimination is a construct of racists.
Exactly. Well, most guys like me or you or whatever, Paz and Simon, I keep talking about normal working class blokes just want to go out and earn a living. That's it. Have a beer, have a fag, whatever you want. As long as you're not harming anyone, what's the problem?
Yeah.
What's the problem? You know what I mean? And no, I don't. You know, where's my privilege? What you know? What I would like to say. I worked since I was 12. My dad died when I was 7. You know, I've had no privileges in my life, and I don't bang on about it. I just go out there and do it. You know, I just go out and work, and
yeah,
you know,
exactly the same. Exactly the same. You talk about privilege. I you know, I don't want sympathy, but I struggle to pay my gas and lecky at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, my fridge is still empty. I took a picture of my fridge the other week and showed it was empty, and it's still empty because I can't afford to go out and fill it up. You know, I have I have a hard life, okay, and it's not the hardest. There's people out there that have far worse lives than I, okay, and I'm not knocking that at all and not taking anything away from them. But there are also people that got fantastic lives, and these are the ones generally that are the ones going, oh, look, white privilege. You know, the poorer black people. I don't feel that the poorer black people used to go on about white privilege until the middle class white people started going, oh, white, or the upper class white people started going, oh, look, it's white privilege. I've got money, you haven't. Oh, I must be privileged.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it never happened until some racists started talking about it.
But do you know what though? The real racists are the white people who are stirring it up, who won't let us forget. They won't like the BBC, those scumbags. And that's why Alex Belford actually interests me as well, because that organisation is absolute scum.
Yeah.
You know, paedophile on the front of the building. I mean, are you joking me? How sick is that?
Well, did you not hear that I got arrested over that?
Yeah, I did, and I found that
right.
fascinating. And Alex, he covered that, didn't he? No, he didn't mention your name, did he?
No. Everybody spoke about David Chick, and I got a fleeting mention on a couple of channels saying the police said one other person was arrested, and that's it. That's the only mention I got.
Yeah. Was it you on the ladder? Was that you?
No, that was David Chick. I was filming.
What a good man.
So I was filming, but I'm still on bail for that. I was meant to go back. I was meant to go back the other day, Wednesday, I think it was, and they called my brief 45 minutes before my train left to go to London, because I'm in Liverpool, and told me that they don't want me.
Yeah, they should give you a medal, mate, and that geezer who went up there, and you should be like for them 10 grand each or something, you know.
Well, we need. I think it still needs to be talked about. People are all. You know, there was a few days of it. You know, and it was big news. But suddenly, you know, nobody's really talking about it. But I do know. I hear from the grapevine that he's trying to reach out to some YouTubers. I'm not allowed to have contact with David Chick. That's part of my bail conditions.
Yeah.
I do know, and I've heard from some other people that he's reaching out to some other YouTubers to see whether or not he can. Or they rather want to interview him about what happened, so we can get people talking again, because there was a lot of support for him over what had happened.
Yeah.
I do need to be careful what I say, because I'm still under investigation as well, by the way. So
yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I've heard anyway. But
it's funny because like my life's it's like been around sort of showbiz, and one of my sisters is married to a 60s pop star, and I don't want to say who it is.
No, that's fine.
They've been together years. I don't even know what you can say these days and what you can't say.
I know, it's frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, because they got loads of money, you know, they could come after me, I don't know. And
well, you've got this online protection bill as well that's coming out, which is going to make it you know, we've already got like Communications Act, etc., which covers, you know, saying things online that cause other people offence and fear, but yet they're looking at redoing this or making an online protection bill, which is going to make it literally impossible for anybody to talk about anything that doesn't fit with the overall narrative, meaning we're not even allowed to question anything.
I mean, do you remember? You're probably a bit too young to remember Dick Emery. Do you remember that name?
I do. I remember the name. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I met him, and a very funny guy. And it was at the time when you had people like Mike Yarwood and Benny Hill, of course, and so many other. There were so many people to look up to, you know. But these days, again, there's no one, is there? I mean. Anton Deck, I mean, you're having a laugh, you know.
I know.
These so-called celebrities, they're not celebrities, but they can't even, they just read an auto cue, don't they? And
yeah,
they're useless. I mean, they're paid ridiculous amounts of money. you know, for doing what? Just reading a bit of paper or whatever, and it's not real, is it?
No, of course not. As you say, it's, you know, the majority of stuff is all done on auto cue. I mean, I write for my reports. I write what I need to say. Okay, it's not an auto cue as such, but I do write what I need to say. I also add bits in that come into mind as I'm talking. But these live streams, you know, when I do something live, it's live and it's genuinely live.
I mean, your one last night, it was hilarious. I thought it was so funny, you know, and there was a girl and that crinkle, and it was just so funny. You know, I just find that to me, that is entertainment, and what you get on now on TV is just absolute tripe. Even that Sky TV, I wouldn't pay a penny for that crap.
Yeah.
Disgusting. The propaganda on that as well, and
we're constantly chipping in and paying for our own demise.
we are, aren't we? You know, they want us all dead. I'm sure of it. You know, I'm sure this is all the plan, and you know, and it's added to my mental health woes over the last 2 years. Man, I tell you what, I don't know how I'm still here myself. You know. And I've got to go to work at 6 in the morning or whatever, and pretend because we're all pretending, aren't we? That's all we do, isn't it? We just pretend, and
yeah, which is why I say it's important. It's important to take time out to acknowledge how we feel, rather than pretending it's not happening and just pretending that we're okay all the time. Because you know, we're not. No one is, and unless we take that time to acknowledge it, and you know, even just acknowledging it sometimes helps us to understand why we feel the way that we do. You know, you don't need to get over it. You don't need to, you know, necessarily have therapy for something that you're feeling, but just to get it out rather than keeping it bottled in all the time. And you know, as I say, this phoning, you know, initially wasn't supposed to be the way that it's turned out, but I can't change it now because we're helping people, and the last thing I'd do is take that away from people, you know. But besides, go on.
Are you from Liverpool itself?
I'm from Essex initially.
Originally. Right. That's it. I heard you say it the other day. Yeah, sorry. But I went to Liverpool once about 3 years ago, and I went to North Wales, right? And then I went to Liverpool. And I'll tell you what, I find people in Liverpool, they're so friendly.
One of the things, every time I get in a taxi, it gets boring. You know how taxi drivers go, oh, fucking hell, everybody says, have you been busy? It's really annoying. Well, when I get in a taxi, all I ever get from taxi drivers is, you're not from round here, are you?
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck me. What gave that away?
And I'm like, oh my God, I don't. You're having a slash and a loo, and there's a bloke who talks, you know, they just start talking to you, don't they, like normal people? And
yeah.
So stuck up.
One of the things I say, and this is what I say to everybody up here, is that it's the complete opposite. And by that, what I mean is, where I come from in Essex, 80% of the people would slag you off behind your back, and 20% of the people are up front and straight with you. Up here, it's the other way round, and I prefer that. I've done a long stint in sales, and I've learnt during that or not learnt, but I've become accustomed to dealing with people who are straight up, and will tell, if they don't like you, they'll tell you straight away. No fucking about, no pretending, no being nice to your face and calling you all sorts behind your back. And I fucking love it. I absolutely love that kind of person.
That's what I love. Real people again, you know, just normal people. And, you know, if something's good, I'll say, you know, I'm not negative. It's hard to believe. I don't see myself as negative, but I'm always called it, because if you say the truth, you're trying to bring us down, you're negative. And no, I'm just saying the truth. That's it.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to say the truth nowadays,
are you? True to yourself. Got to be true to yourself. You know, otherwise you're living a lie, and you're pretending all the time, and you're constantly. It's like lying. If you're a liar, you have to constantly think and remember what your lies are, and it's tiring. And pretending to be something you're not is tiring, and it brings you down. So just being yourself is the best way to be. But I do want to say to you, as you say, you haven't got people to speak to, etc. I'm going to ask you to drop me an email.
Oh,
okay?
right. Yeah.
And I'm going to send you a number. All right? It's my number. Okay. But what I want you to do is if you feel like you need to talk, give us a text, because obviously sometimes I might be recording and my phone will be on silent. So give me a text, and when I see it, then I'll call you. But I know you need to speak. So if you need to talk to anybody, just want to get something off your chest or bend somebody's ear, even if you don't want advice or anything like that, you just want to bend somebody's ear, then I can help you out with that.
Do you know what, mate? I'm calling from, Karen's phone. It's not even my phone. I can't even cut her bill off. I just pretend she's still here, and I can't sort of move on. And the other phone's charging, and I've got a beautiful bulldog, and she's the only thing that keeps me going. And I just want to say out to anyone who's listening, I know how you feel, and if you're lonely and you feel like, the world hates you, and, you feel like, is it me? I mean,
Definitely not you. Definitely not you. I assure you of that.
Don't you know?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Sometimes we need somebody to remind us that it's not, and that's exactly what I'm doing now. And I'm telling you that it is not you. It is a system that wants to continually bring us down.
Yeah, bring us down. Yeah.
Yes, we go through things that are gonna kill us inside. But because of the way that society has changed over the years, we don't have that connection with people that we used to have in the 80s or before.
No.
And that's very sad, and it makes people very lonely. I'm very lonely most of the time. You know what I mean? I come on here. This to me. I mean, I go out. Don't get me wrong. My mental health stops me from going out much because I have anxiety. Do you know what I mean? But this for me, this is my outlet. This is my connecting with people. Just doing it through chat would be okay, but it's not quite the same. So opening the phone lines and speaking to real people about real issues, to me is a real connection to the world, to life, to what's happening, in people's real lives.
Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't want to hear me on talk radio, would they? Or one of those, LBC, or they'd be like, "Oh, listen to this bloke. We want to slash our wrist. Listen to him for half an hour." Do you know what I'm saying? And, but like I say, I'm not a bad person. I don't consider myself a bad person. I like beer. I like cigarette. I go out to work. I don't steal anything. I don't deceive anyone with anything. And that's it. You just want to be left alone sometimes, don't you? Just say, "Look, leave me alone." I just, if I want to watch a film, I don't want it propaganda and all this crap that they're shoving down our throats every day, and it's just sickens me. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna, as I say, my email address is in the description, but it's easy enough. It's policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. So channel name @gmail.com. If you drop me an email and just say, we spoke last night, or we spoke earlier, and I'll pick it up after. If you set it after we finish on the phone, I'll pick it up after this live stream. But I will send you a phone number, and if you need to speak to anybody, then just give us a text and I'll call you back. I'll use my, I'll get unlimited free calls anyway, so I'll call you back. But it just ensures that I see that rather than you trying to phone whilst I'm recording. So if you send me a message, I'll see the message. I'll know it's you. I'll call you back.
Thanks, mate. I just want to say, you again, I know I keep banging on about it, but you guys are people like me. You give me hope, and I'm not brave like you lot, and I just find it so sort of comforting, dark moments that there's guys like you out there, and that are sort of fighting our corner, and like I say, it just gives us hope that we're not alone, and we just got to try and come together at some stage. And I don't know. I just don't know. It's hard to see an ending to this madness, isn't it? Sometimes.
True. Very true.
But yeah, you're a great guy, and I really appreciate what you're doing. And just keep doing it. And I'll always be watching. And yeah, I might contact you. And I'm sorry if I've been sounding depressed.
No, listen, mate. Listen, this is what this phone-in's for. Okay, as I said at the beginning, right? We're going to keep the non-mental health topics. We'll keep to 10 minutes. Anybody that phones up and they need to talk, then I'll give as much time as I need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
how many
yeah.
people,
Sorry.
how many
go on.
people watching out of interest? Just
How many people watching at the moment? We're down to 128. 129.
129. Hello, everyone, and maybe you're like me, maybe you're not. I don't know, but I just want to say to anyone who's struggling, just be, don't let things get to you too much. And I know it's easy to say, but you know what some people say about booze and all that, but I wouldn't have got through it without booze. I know that sounds the wrong thing to say, but it's really helped me, and I know it's the wrong thing to say, but yeah. Anyway, I just want to say thank you. And
well, you're absolutely welcome, and thank you for calling in and sharing your story with us, so to speak. But any time you see this banner on the screen, feel free to call in.
Yeah, have I been on the phone too long? I'm sorry if I've been.
No, well, only 42 minutes.
Oh yeah, just seeing it. 42 minutes. Yeah, I've got to get up in 5 hours and go to Heathrow Airport. I don't know how. Oh, whatever. I've got to pick my boss up, and yeah, I've just got to pretend tomorrow it all starts again, doesn't it? Just like the mad world just starts.
It does.
All over again, and yeah. But no, thanks so much for your time.
No worries, no problem whatsoever. As I say, drop me an email when we come off this call, so that I've got it, and I will send you a phone number that you can call.
I mean, I probably haven't done myself any justice tonight, and there's more. There's so much more I could write a bloody book about my family, and yeah. I've still got a brother actually in the newspaper industry, and I did reach out to him the other, but he didn't want to know, And there you go.
Unfortunately, that's not just family. It's a lot of people that have never been through depression themselves, and everyone will at some point. But a lot of people that have not been through serious depression don't understand, and when we phone them, or when we reach out to them, it's like, oh, fucking hell, not again.
Yeah.
And
today is like taboo, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is why I'm quite open about my own mental health issues on this channel, because I want people to know that there's no judgment here. And we all need somebody to talk to sometime. And if we can help, as I say, if we can help anybody in any way, whether it's through just me listening to them, or even reaching out to people in the comments, because the people in the comments, there are a few fuckwits, excuse my language, but the majority of people in what I call the core community of this channel are people that are more than happy to reach out and help where they can. So I always plead for people to get involved in the comments, and make some friends with some of the other people in the comments, because you're likely to come across somebody who is a good fit, who's a good fit for you to be a friend. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what? I could even, like people say, I'll try and meet a woman. I wouldn't even know where to start meeting a woman. It's just so nuts, isn't it? You can't, Facebook and all that rubbish. I can't stand it.
The world has changed so much.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's changed, and I haven't changed with it, and I can't. I'm afraid I'm stuck in the 90s, and I'll always be like that. I'm afraid, and But there you go. But thanks so much again. And
no, well, listen. Thank you for having the courage to phone up and talk about it. Do you know what I mean? It's a big step to make.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I do appreciate your time, and like I say, everyone else, the other guys on YouTube, like I mentioned, you give me hope. You know, and that's all I can say. So thank you.
No problem at all. You don't need to thank me. It's what I do. It's what I do.
Keep doing what you're doing because you know it's fantastic. So
okay,
really
and you keep fighting. Keep fighting. Every day might be a struggle, but you know ultimately we are made of sterner stuff, and we can make it through.
Yeah, thanks again, mate. Nice one. Don't go off air, will you? Because I've got to listen to it. Because I can't sleep otherwise.
No, I'll be on for a little bit longer. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's like I just love hearing the voice. That's it. I don't like you. Like I told you, I just want to hear talking. It sort of makes me feel tired as well. And yeah, so.
Oh, so I bore you to sleep, do I?
No. It's just brilliant what you're doing, and you know, thanks again, mate.
All right, man. Take care of yourself, right?
Yeah. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
I'll speak to you soon. Email me.
I will. Thanks so much.
All right. Take it easy.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello. All right,
Hello.
Dan.
Hello there.
How you doing? It's Brian.
Not so bad, Brian. How are you?
I'm okay. Not too bad.
Just 1 second, Brian. Spirituality. I can't call out on Skype. I've got to pay for credit, and I can't afford it, which is why I get people to call in to me. But it is if you've got a mobile, it should be covered by your inclusive minutes. Sorry, Brian. Go on, mate.
It's all right. Yeah. No. What's it? You had a call from the doctors in the week, like last week, and they wanted me to go up to take another a specimen, like urine sample, and anyway, I went up. This was last week, and I gave them the urine sample, and they called me in the back, and I don't know if it's anything to worry about. Like they says that I got a bit of protein in my kidneys, and they says I'm a bit He says a bit leaky, and I says, is it serious? And they says, well, we hope not. Like they says it might be an infection, and they give. This was about just over a week and a half ago. And they gave me some antibiotics, which was called. I forgot them here. Yeah, they gave me some antibiotics, and I've took all the antibiotics. But I feel okay, like. But this week, like, I had a phone call about 4 days ago, saying that like to go up and give a urine sample. I said, well, I did one last week. And it says, it says, hang on a bit. And then they got back to me, like about 2 minutes after. And they said, about a minute after, and it says that it could be it might be probably the hospital who wants one. Because when I went up the week before, they was referring me to a kidney specialist just to get checked over. And I said to him, I said, well, you have to wait till next week. I said, I says I can't make it this weekend, like I says, because